Hello. Lasume, welcome in. Sleepless, welcome in. Also, thank you to Lila Morningstar, who followed the channel only a few hours ago. And that brings us back up to 672 followers here on Twitch. Sim says, I heard the Capcom showcase was not great. I have heard of one or two announcements already that were very well received. But I haven't heard much about the event in whole myself. Yeah, there were a couple announcements that I heard that were very well received, but I haven't heard much about the overall event itself. But that's actually okay. That's actually what we're going to start with. We're going to start with this Capcom presentation. So this Capcom showcase was announced for today, and then in addition to the Capcom showcase, it was announced also an Arc System Works showcase, which is a bit more rare. I'm not sure if they've actually done any showcases before. But it's a little, it is a little funny considering that people were already kind of like building a rivalry people have already started building like a rivalry between Capcom and Arc System Works because Arc System Works has the new Marvel fighting game and Capcom doesn't. So it's gonna be really funny if like there's some sort of announcements here at Capcom and Arc System Works that even continues that. Like I don't know, it would not a new Marvel versus Capcom game. Like if a new Marvel versus Capcom game had been announced, the internet would have been set on fire. The internet would be freaking out. You would have definitely heard if there was a new Marvel versus Capcom game announced at this. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and continue. We're gonna go ahead and watch this Capcom spotlight. Then after that, I'll watch the Arc System Works spotlight. And then just to show y'all something fun, I said that I have a list of names for characters to use in a list of names to use in the Pokemon Legends Arceus One for Brawl. So originally it was just like a note on my notepad on my notes app on the notes app you have on your computer. But what I actually did is over in between last Thursday and today, I went and I basically made a full list with all my rules, and then I like all the names I had written down for famous Japanese figures, famous Japanese I guess you'd say warriors or military figures. I I then I then wrote down and also including like all the characters from Samurai Showdown. Was it all the characters from Samurai Showdown? All the characters from The Last Blade. That's more. This is more characters from Samurai Showdown, and then also more characters from Japanese, more people, not characters, people from Japanese history. And, and in order to help me like remember who each one is, I found art for every single one of them from either the Samurai War series, the Sengoku, the Sengoku Basara series, or in the case of the Last Blade and Sam Show, just went ahead and like pulled images of their arts or even their sprites. So I have a full list of names to use for naming Pokemon in this playthrough. A full annotated list of names to use in this. Because I just can't help myself when it comes to making lists, making overly detailed lists to use to naming characters in playthroughs. Just wait till I do the some playthrough where I use like that list of Final Fantasy NPC names or One Piece minor characters in One Piece, like I've thought of doing. Which I probably will do at some point because there's games like other Pokemon games, Disgaea, and other games, even still other games that could work for stuff like that. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and watch the Capcom Spotlight. At some point, this is probably gonna start up. In which case, I'll have to pause it so that we don't. I'll have to pause it and return to this so we don't get so we don't watch half of one and then get to the other. But yeah, let's see. Let's see what actually was announced. Let me know if it's too loud. Yeah, let me know if it's too loud or too quiet.
Welcome to Capcom Spotlight. For today's show, we'll be covering updates to games that are out now, plus new.
Sleep says, sounds like you got a little over an hour till the ArcSys show starts. That should be
Listen
hopefully enough time to watch through this
behind-the-scenes
then.
info from our developers, so be sure to watch until the end. Now, let's take a look at today's first title.
Yeah, this is mostly, from what I know, this is mostly about games that have already released, so... As well as, like, a couple others, like, they mentioned, like, Pragmata and probably Resident Evil Requiem.
It's a promise. One weird
So it says Capcom should be over before it starts unless you pause and rage at something for half an hour.
with our third generation of Luna filament and
Or
advanced
sleepless.
AI.
Or sleepless if I pause and then go into way too much detail about something minor and inconsequential for about an hour, which is also possible.
Life for our future. Delphi Corporation.
I think this is already the trailer that was shown in.
Pass through to Earth. And why are these things trying to kill us?
Are they robots? Slim says, at least we know the brand. That's true.
There you are.
Very,
Better.
very Umbrella Corporation style company, which this is Capcom, so.
Patched me up.
There, after this game was, like, revealed or talked about in the Summer Games Fest, I saw people, like, saying, like, is this a new Mega Man? Which, only to immediately afterwards be disappointed to be like, oh no, this is not secretly a new Mega Man.
Or something.
Okay, this is already kind of the trailer that was already shown off.
I think I can help.
Targets identified. Neutralizing threats.
You know, between Donkey Kong Bonanza and this is apparently the year of like really big guys who have small girl companions hanging on their back. So this is hands-on experience coming out of SGS says Pragmata plays well. Yeah, between Donkey Kong Bonanza and this game, apparently this is the year.
Okay.
Apparently, this is the year of big guys with small girl companions that hang out on their back. Okay, that was just the trailer we've already seen. Which I did not watch the full Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct on this on stream at any point. So I'd agree, but Pragmata isn't out until next year. Oh, that's right. They literally just said 2026. So
it's been a while since we first announced it, but we're excited to have the game ready for you in 2026.
Hey, get out of here, bot.
We'll go over some of the unique points of Pragmata.
Get out of here. Thank you, Sleepless.
Encountering an android with a heart. You play as Hugh Williams, a member of a team sent to investigate a lunar research facility that's lost contact. When a lunar quake strikes, Hugh is separated from the team.
I kind of like the mix of like space astronaut suit. I kind of like the mix of like astronaut suit and power armor that he's got, that he's wearing.
They must work together to return to Earth. Hugh, a bit sarcastic, but a kind soul. And Diana,
Hugh, who has all the makings of the next single dad in AAA video games.
An unlikely adventure between a human and android begins. A mix of puzzle and action. In Pragmata,
Lusuma says, I may be a bit quiet playing Digimon Cyber Sleuth. A bit of a funny thing keeps happening. I'm fighting Crusadermon. They try to hit my Platinum Numamon and keep missing. They can't hit a Platinum piece of shit. So what you're saying is that they're aiming... Yeah, so as Lusume just said, they can't aim worth a shit. But good luck, Lusume.
through the panel, you take down their armor. And now, it's Hugh's turn. Take aim at the enemy's weak points. Passing through more blue nodes increases...
Is that Big Zam?
enemy's armor
The famous Big Zam from
with an arsenal
Gundam?
of unique weapons. Take on the rampaging bots. What enemy will you have?
By the way, if you want to find out who are the really big Gundam nerds amongst your friends, just randomly just go to whatever Discord server you suspect that those Gundam nerds are in, and just post a picture of Big Zam. And if you know what Big Zam is, without even having to look up a picture, then you are the Gundam nerd.
In Pragmata, your adventures take place at a lunar research station. They are researching a new material that can be used to 3D print almost anything, from microchips to cars.
This kind of sounds a little like the newer Prey game that released a few years ago. At least, well, I mean, it's very different, but at least like some parts of the research facility.
Use your thrusters to move around the lunar research station. You will also need to hack the systems blocking your progress. By combining their abilities...
Slim says, I know what Big Zam is, but only because I got him in the new Gundam Gacha, lol.
Pragmata will be available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, and Steam. This summer, we'll also have public hands-on for Pragmata.
Slim says, so it's a recency thing, lol.
Experience the gameplay you just saw firsthand, including the thrilling combination of puzzle and action combat.
This does look... This isn't like... Okay, this isn't something I'm immediately interested in. Like, this isn't something I'm like, oh, I have to have this. But it is a new and kind of unique-looking Capcom IP, to the point where I'm like, to the point where I'm thinking that maybe I might get this, if you know, if I can have... I might get this if I have money in a few... if I have money in a few months.
And to add Pragmata to your wish list.
Yeah, I might get... Yeah, I might get this if I have money in a few months. Oh, good, more Street Fighters. Okay, yeah, I was just about to say, probably going to talk about Sagat.
番組をご覧の皆さん、こんにちは。ストリートファイター6のディレクター中山です。本日は
Super says, you're interested because Capcom is upswing and the game looks interesting, unlike Exoprimal. Well, Exoprimal did look interesting, it was just very disappointing once I finally got to play it. And I mean, Capcom has been in an upswing for the past couple of years.
また先日イヤー3に登場するキャラクターのラインナップも発表させていただきました。イヤー3ではサガット、クリムゾンバイパー、アレックス、そしてイングリッドが登場する予定です。さて本日はイヤー3最初に登場するサガットの映像を少しだけではありますがご用意いたしました。どうぞご覧ください。
I know that giant Buddha statue is from, like, I think that's from Sagat's like Street Fighter 2 stage, and the way they made it look just massive in this game is really cool. Seriously, it's John Street Fighter. Even though I don't really play Sagat, Capcom always does a good job of making him look really cool. It's also funny how many martial artists. It's also funny how many classic Street Fighter villains are basically in this game. All these Street Fighter villains are shown to just be hanging out. So he says that's a lot of dude. It is funny that for Street Fighter 6 they show like characters like Sagat and like Akuma are just like hanging out, just doing their own thing. M. Bison is also kind of doing that, but that's just because he has amnesia. Yeah, M. Bison has amnesia, so he's not really. So he's hanging out because of that.
To prepare for Sagat's release, the Sagat Arrives Fighting Pass will be available starting from July 4th.
Okay.
Premium rewards include Sagat's Wanderer avatar gear. And
That
we
would
also
actually be really
prepared
cool to
some
have.
throwback stickers
Shame
and
it's part of the
emotes.
Fighting Pass.
From Sagat's days as the boss of the original Street Fighter, we're also increasing the amount of content in the Fighting Pass that can be used in Fighting Ground.
Don't expect me to be a pushover.
Muse EX Color,
Okay.
Kin's EX Color,
Okay. Cool.
Now's not the time for jokes.
as well as art and effects to use with the game's Challenger customization feature. We're also prepping music tracks to use in fights and more for players. Please check
Okay.
it out. Finally, we have information about the long-anticipated Outfit 4 content.
Now this is the thing people were really excited for coming out of that I heard people were really excited for
Check
coming
the
out of
designs the
this
7
direct.
characters that will receive Outfit 4 content with the Sagat update. Cammy,
And that's because it gives them all swimsuits.
Luke, Chun-Li,
Like every artist I know, and me will be frothing at the mouth to see these characters,
Kimberly,
to see Chun-Li, Cammy, Manon, and Kimberly and Aki in these outfits.
we're continuing work on Outfit 4 content.
I mean, yeah, people are gonna thirst over the swimsuit outfits. See, it's actually there's something that makes it even more interesting because Uh, uh, as you can probably guess, I was already spoiled on this before it came out. But okay, so it's time for me to pause it and go into that in-depth lore discussion that I said could potentially just pause this for half an hour. So these outfits here, the ones for Cammy and Chun-Li, those are actually taken from an old piece of Kinu Nishimura art that they did for Street Fighter many years ago. That's of can and yeah, those basically like exact they yeah, the swimsuits are exactly those are exactly like they translated them from the artwork into the game, which is really cool. It's a really cool homage to a famous artist who's worked on Street Fighter art. And then this one, the Manon art outfit, is a reference to another artist who's done art for Capcom. I think it's Reiq, Reich. I believe that's their name. They or also it's I think their full name is Ronaldo Quintaro. But yeah, they've also so at least three of these costumes are actually references to uh, artist work or
For
artist
these characters.
artwork made for Capcom.
And of course, are working on Outfit 4 for the rest of the roster. So please
Okay, okay, if everyone's getting swimsuits, that's gonna be
stay
awesome.
tuned.
I will be very excited to see what
本日
Marissa's
の情報は以
swimsuit
上
looks
とな
like.
りますがいかがだったでしょうか。今回ご紹介したキャラクターやファイティングパスなどについて
But yeah,
皆さんにお届けできるよう
yeah, Street Fighter 6 about to sell another million
取り
copies
組んでおります
with the those
本日
outfit fours
サガットのゲーム
releasing.
プレイトレーラーの公開も予定しておりますので
And I will be part of the problem, and I am not immune to propaganda and will be part of the problem because I will definitely be getting some of those costumes. So yeah, I am.
Next, an update from Capcom Esports. We'd like to tell you about the Capcom Pro Tour, a global
So yeah, I can't
competition
even
for the world's
I can't even
best
really make fun of it because I will be part of the problem because I'm definitely gonna get some of those outfits for the different characters if I have the money.
Pro Tour 2025 Singles Tournament Tour is now accepting entries. Anyone is welcome.
I'm building up a worrying list of things too. I'm building up a list that's almost worrying of things that I want to buy as soon as I get a first paycheck from a new job.
Just like last year, the tournament will be held in the Ryogoku Kokugikan Arena in Japan. The champion of this year's tournament will once again receive a whopping $1 million prize.
Dang.
You won't want to miss out on the intense battles this year as players fight to become world champion. For more information on the
Gosh.
tournament schedule and how to enter, check the Capcom Esports
The Suma says new
website.
job. I don't have a new job yet. I have gotten some interviews and some. I've gotten some interviews and I've gotten some notices that I am being considered for interviews. But no, this is just like a between Claire Obscure Expedition 33, the 100 line school defense that 100 line game, strategy RPG that released. All these Street Fighter 6 costumes. Elden Ring, I'd like to get that. I'd like to get that. I'm building up a lot of stuff that I'd really like to get soon, that I'd really like to buy, but I have to wait until after I get a new job. Which is why I'm saying things I'm gonna buy with my first paycheck. Sue says not yet, but soon, hopefully. Yes.
This acclaimed new fusion of action and strategy.
I've heard this game. I haven't heard many people who have played this game, but from the people I have heard, this game is really good.
In this original Japanese-inspired world, with exhilarating dance-like sword action, strategize and fight alongside villagers as you enjoy this unique game experience.
And if they're supporting it and adding more stuff to it, that is pretty nice.
Features of the Switch 2 and play using mouse controls. Have fun playing with the controls you want. Compatible with handheld mode. You can enjoy the game anytime, anywhere.
Actually, that reminds me, I need to send out another batch of job applications. Another batch of like 10 to 20 job applications.
Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, is available now. Also, the action and strategy is further enhanced with the new extra content, Otherworldly Venture, added to all available platforms. In the Otherworld, beyond the Torii gates, protect the maiden from nightly attacks of the sea. As you earn rewards by outlasting each wave of enemies. On an ever-changing battlefield, determine who will fight and win, and how to best use your rewards. Aim for a high score amid infinite strategies in this challenging and satisfying gameplay mode.
Slim says, I only sent 5 today, but I followed up with 5 to 6 companies applied within last week. One got back to me and said they're starting interviews, so hopefully I'll get one. Good luck to you, Sleepless.
Following its initial release on July 19th last year, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess.
Hopefully we can get something good soon.
Next month. We have prepared a small token of our appreciation for the many fans who have played the game.
Okay. Oh, it's Ghosts and Goblins, okay.
Presenting Yashichi Waves, a Mazo talisman that changes some music in the main game to 8-bit style.
Oh, it's a monster based off of Ghosts and Goblins, okay.
This can be obtained in a free update available at a later date to both new and existing players. Please look forward to the update coming soon.
Nope, okay then.
Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, is available now.
Yeah, this is another game that I might try out at some point, just it's not high on my priority list.
Experience for yourself now. Next, please take a look at today's lineup of Capcom titles. 8 action and fighting games make their returns, including the legendary Capcom vs. SNK series. Enjoy training mode and a gallery featuring sounds.
Good collection.
As well as easy-to-use one-button specials. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is available now. Reclaim your destiny.
Onimusha is another. Okay, that's another series that I should probably play out on this channel at some point. The benefit of me having getting a PS5 and having modern systems, I've gotten modern systems at a time when companies are releasing either making re-releases or putting new entries in all their in a lot of their lesser-known series.
Samurai's Destiny is available now.
So I've heard quite good word of mouth on Kunitsugami.
The next entry in the swordplay action game series.
Honestly, yeah, if I do get into Onimusha, I'll probably try this new game out first. Because I already know that Onimusha 1 and 2 I already know that Onimusha 1 plays closer to Resident Evil. But This new game does look really cool. Does look really good.
Capcom Digital Sale is here.
Oh gosh, don't tempt me into getting more games. Dang it!
On sale for the first
There's a
time.
Steam. I think the Steam Summer Sale started today, and like yesterday, there was a martial arts games sale on martial arts inspired game on Steam, game sale on Steam, and I had to fight to myself to make sure I didn't try and buy anything because I need to be saving money.
Latest thrilling news. Resident Evil games are on sale at great prices. But that's not all. Dragon's Dogma 2.
Dang, like everything.
Marvel vs. Capcom
Well,
Fighting
Capcom, whenever they do one of these showcases, whenever Capcom does one of these showcases, they often put their games on sale. They often put quite a few games on sale.
Chance to pick up these must-play hit games. From the
Okay, more info
creators
about
of the
new,
latest Resident
more info
Evil.
about new Resident Evil.
開発のコンセプトは病みつきになる恐怖というのを掲げてます。恐怖を乗り越える、ね、気持ちよさ。
Okay, the core concept for this was addictive fear.
脳汁が出るんですよね。それ自体がもっとやりたい、遊びたいっていう中毒性を生む。そこに徹底的にフォーカスしてみたら怖いけどゲームとしても楽しい、そういうのが作れるんじゃないかなっていうのがビッグゲームの出発点。
Okay, so it's another first-person game. Oh, geez, what the heck is that?
バイオハザードレクイエムは、シングルプレイかつ、オフラインのゲームとなっています。バイオハザードで一番重要なのは恐怖体験だと思うんですけれども、
I mean, yeah, it is the horror series.
恐怖体験っていうところに、しっかりとフィーチャーした内容に仕上がっているんじゃないかなと思ってます。
今回の主人公は FBI 捜査官グレイス・アッシュクロフト。内向的で怖がり。バイオハザードとしては割と新しいタイプのキャラクターを作ろうとしています。プレイヤーと同じ目線で一緒になって怖がれる、こういうキャラクターを狙って。
That kind of goes back to, like, there's a couple of older there's a couple of older Capcom horror games. Like, I think one is called Rule of Roses, where they actually star a character like this. That's like a character who's a young girl who's like very easily scared. I mean, if she's afraid of zombies, she's got every right to be, considering that she's in Resident Evil.
レオンを主人公にしようっていうのは実はずっと
Ooh, okay, Leon.
どうしてもレオンを使ったバッチバチ
I mean, I guess, yeah, that makes
割
sense.
と難しくて落ちてきたバケツにびっくりするとか
Okay, for those who aren't watching, for those who aren't watching, they're just listening to me say this. He said that we thought about making Leon the protagonist of this game, but he can't be. But we couldn't come up with come up with an idea of him being easily scared. And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, the latest game with Leon had him like parrying chainsaws with a knife and able to like block an enemy's attack so hard just by parrying with his knife that it ripped off their entire arm. And he's dealt with like Gatling gun and missile launcher firing zombies. So yeah, it makes sense that he wouldn't really be scared at anything.
そういうレオンってそんなみんな見たくないやろっていう
Yeah, that's a good point. No one wants to be see Leon
っ
scared or
て
anything.
いうのがやっぱりありましたけど
Yeah, I see what they mean. Like after Resident Evil 4, again, where you like spent the whole game sarcastically mocking the villains, trying to make like a game that's really scary with them would be very difficult.
いろんな目に合うんですね。PV で断片的には入ってるんですけ
So
ど
it's first or third person. They showed up at Sigith, went through the entire experience in first person. At the end, they went back in the save file, clicked a button, and turned it third. That is okay. That's really cool.
自分たちでスタッフと一緒にプロの方を呼んで実際にウィッグ
Oh, so they took the mode because that was like a mode they added in Resident Evil 7 or 8. One of those two, where you could switch between third and first person. So it's nice that they're making it like both.
自由に切り替えながら遊ぶことができます。主観視点だとその恐怖を間近に感じることができて、緊張感のある、臨場感のあるゲームプレイっていうのが可能になります。三人称視点だとキャラクター
Also, that monster they're showing in the hallways looks really big.
そういったところがよく見えるゲームプレイになると思いますので、アクションが
Like that monster looks like it's having to cram itself into the hallway. So there's an 8 with the gold edition / DLC, yeah.
滅菌作戦以降30年近く経つんですけども
Dang, if Leon is in this game, then he's like, okay. Dang, okay, so...
アンブレラ事件っていうので
Dang, okay, if it's at 30 years after the Raccoon City incident, that means if Leon... Kind of like how Chris showed up in 7 and 8 as like a side character, then that means if like any character from Resident Evil, like Leon, Claire, or Ada showed up, they'd be at least 50 years old.
シリーズがヒットしてそれ以降もさまざまなキャラクターたちが、いろんなラクーンシティで起きた事件をきっかけに
So this Leon would be in his 50s, yeah.
成長したりそこに今回この表現のメスを入れるっていうのが作り手としてはやっぱりかなり緊張感を持って臨ませてもらったっていうのが大きかったですね。
ラクーン事件に関わったもしくはラクーン事件に巻き込まれて大きく人生を変わってしまったり、命を落としてしまったりとそういった登場人物がたくさん出ます。レクイエムは彼らに向けての言葉通り鎮魂である。もっと言うとバイオハザードシリーズラクーン事件アンブレラをきっかけに生まれたシリーズのある種一つの区切りという意味でレクイエムというタイトルをつけています。
バイオハザードレクイエムは2026年2月27日
That kind of almost implies that it'll be like the end of an era for Resident Evil. Like after this game. Yeah, that almost like after this game, they're kind of like it'll mark the end of a current era, and whatever do they do after that will mark a new era. Which not sure how much not sure exactly how that will work out, because there were hints at like a Resident Evil 5 remake at the end of Resident Evil 4.
On the Resident Evil portal. Register your Capcom ID to see the rest.
ラクーンシティっていうところは基本触っちゃいけないもんだと。
Unless they just decide that they don't want to do a Resident Evil 5 remake.
Get ready, hunters.
Yeah, okay. Already, we didn't really get to see much of the gameplay, but it does look really interesting. And it does, like, the way the lighting looks in that house, it does make it look terrifying. Oh. Okay, sorry, hold on. The ARC system is starting. We're gonna, like, pause it. Yeah, okay. You were just gonna... I think, no. So although there would be a special level of awesome seeing Old Man Leon walk into a room with either a pistol or shotgun, blow the head off the monster chasing you, and guide to the next area you go to. Yeah, I mean, any character from like Resident Evil 2 showing up, like Leon, Claire, Ada showing up and being a helper would be really interesting. But I'm curious. But yeah, it really just sounds like like the way they said that the game's titled Requiem and it's like a eulogy for those who came to before. It almost seems like it's them saying like, okay, we've done enough with. It almost sounds like they're saying that okay, this is kind of we're putting like a bow in like the story of that started with Resident Evil 1, because every Resident Evil game after that has been kind of like related to the story. It's all been like a sequel or gone back to referencing the story of like the Resident Evil games before it in some way, all the way back to 1. But I mean, again, we'll see what that actually means when the game comes out, because Resident Evil 4 had some major hints that Resident Evil 5. The Resident Evil 4 remake had some major hints that Resident Evil 5 remake would be happening. But from what I know of Resident Evil 5, if they made a remake of that game, from what I know of the original, they would have to like make some major changes to the original. because I've had okay, what the heck? Yeah, if they did make a Fender, the guitar company, okay. Yeah, if they did make a Resident Evil 5 remake, from what I know, the original Resident Evil 5, they'd have to make some major changes to the remake.
You don't get views like this sitting around back at base camp.
Like almost drastically remake it to the level of like what FF7 remake did in comparison to the original FF7. Or excuse me, what FF7 remake and rebirth did to the original FF7. Is it actually safe anywhere in Monster Hunter World? Tristega Rex resubscribed for 59 months. Thank you, Tristega. And yeah, because of that, oh, hold on just a second. Sorry, just gonna pause that for a second and head over here. Yeah, because of that, you have 2 more Pokemon that you can make me try to catch. Yeah, I am keeping track. So yeah, for those just coming in, I took like the notepad full of notes, from last stream of Pokemon Legends Arceus One for Brawl, and I made it into a full-on Word document or full-on document that has like all the Pokemon I still need to catch, and like as well as the names of a bunch of historical Japanese warriors or military figures, and a bunch of characters from different from Sam Show and The Last Blade. But yeah, just to let y'all know what's going on in this stream. Currently watching the Capcom spotlight that happened only a few hours ago. Then we're gonna watch the Arc System Works showcase that is happening right now, and then I'll play more Pokemon Legends Arceus. Triceratops. Oh yeah, I forgot. Lol. So that's fine. So there's some people I know that would rather see a Code Veronica remake, since the current available port is pretty much unplayable with its control structure. I've also heard people wanting a Code Veronica remake. See, I like it. See, I was. Yeah, if Resident Evil 9 is supposed to be like a requiem for the series, or like a eulogy that kind of ends off the series, like relation to previous entries, I'm curious what exactly that's gonna mean, because I mean, people have been clamoring for a Resident Evil Code Veronica remake, and a Capcom's expressed interest in a Resident Evil 5 remake, and with like Resident Evil 2 remake and Resident Evil 4 remake sold really well. Like, I think Resident Evil 2 Remake is the best-selling game in the series, and it sold a lot of copies. Also, if you did just join us, you missed the Street Fighter 6 update, which means you'd missed an announcement that they're making swimsuits for everyone in Street Fighter 6. Don't worry, though. You can just go look them up online later. So far, that actually was, from everything I've heard about this direct, that was from this spot showcase. That was the thing people were excited about the most. Was the Street Fighter 6 swimsuits. I can't judge though. I'm excited to. I can't judge though. I will definitely be getting some of those swimsuit costumes when they get added to the game. Yeah, I would be really interested to see, like, because Resident Evil 9, I'm certain, isn't gonna play like. It's definitely not gonna play like Resident Evil 2 remake or 4 remake. They're gonna change. I'm certain they're gonna change things up for how that game plays. Or they might. I mean, it depends. It depends. I haven't gotten to play 7 or 8 yet, so I'm not sure exactly how. I haven't gotten to play Resident Evil 7 or 8 yet, so I mean, those games could play pretty similarly to Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake. So I imagine the remakes are kind of a way to appease older fans who want to see the classic characters while moving the franchise forward without a need to rely on those characters outside of Easter eggs. Yeah, that's exactly what it's kind of been so far, and it's worked really well. Like, Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake has made people, like, big fans of, like, Leon Kennedy, Claire Redfield, and Ada Wong all over again. And it's allowed them to revisit and refine the classic Resident Evil gameplay, while also being able to do like entirely new and entirely different things with the games in Resident Evil 7, 8, and I'm guessing 9. Like you just said,
思い出強いモンスターってことも今のスタッフたちも本当に分かってくれてますし、本当に一生懸命取り組んでくれました。なかなか面白い仕上がりになってると思います。
Yeah, Resident Evil Requiem, what they're mentioning that Grace Ashcroft is like a person who's easily scared. That kind of makes me think that Capcom is actually Resident Evil devs are actually taking inspiration from a couple of other horror games that Capcom released in like the PS2 era. That were like I think it was like Haunting Ground 3 and or it was like it was Rule of Roses and like Clock Tower 3. Like some games like that starred like a female lead who got really who was often like horrified by the things she was encountering.
ちょっと今回のセレギウスどんな感じになってるかっていうちょっと説明を軽くでもしてもらったら。もともとセレギウスは結構旋回能力高くて、こうまあ。
Yeah, so far from this thing, I'd say most of it's just been like announcing new stuff for games that have already been announced. Like the little information we got about Resident Evil 9 was pretty nice, and those Street Fighter 6 announcing those swimsuit costumes was a nice announcement. So, but they're really, I mean, and I'm sure the Monster Hunter fans are interested in what's going on right now, but...
うまく使ってもうテンポ感を作っていってで後ろの回し切りを使って仕留めてくるようなタイプのモンスターなんですけども、法人の時にモーションの子が提案してくれて面白かったのが斜めのキックしながら移動するみたいなモーションがあったんですけども、上下左右にステップするモンスター。
Assume it says 0 out of 10 no Mega Man. I don't know what Capcom is doing with the Mega Man. They've announced like all these they've released all these different collections of older Mega Man games, and from what I've heard, those collections have sold really well. Like the Battle Network collection, its sales exceeded expectations for what Capcom was. Its sales exceeded what Capcom was expecting it to sell. So I would think they'd be doing something with Mega Man at this point, like either another collection or like a new game in like one of the series. Yeah, a new game in like one of the series, or even just a new take on Mega Man.
You'll be able to forge the new armor sets, Uth Duna Gamma and Feline Uth Duna Gamma. Arch-tempered Uth Duna will arrive in the future as an event quest and free challenge quest.
Persuma says, I'd settle for a Star Force collection. I wouldn't mind a Star Force collection. Hey, well, between all the different Mega Man series, is the only one that needs, like, we've gotten a Classic collection, an X collection, the Zero ZX collection, and a Battle Network collection. So the only series that need a collection are Mega Man Star Force and Mega Man Legends. Those two need collections. So,
for Palico weapons, you'll need to forge high-rank weapons.
So yeah, if
we're adding brightness settings and
I'm assuming they would be working on those collections, at least one of those collections, because yeah, I'm assuming they're working on one of those, at least one of those collections, because again, the collections have sold really well.
Sacred and more. We're planning on continuing to update photo mode to make it easier to use.
But I would also figure that they'd be doing something new with Mega Man, because the Sleepless Star Force collection would send me over the moon. Assuming so, I really like Battle Network and Star Force, love those worlds. So yeah. The fact is, okay, besides the collections releasing, which I think is kind of a given at some point.
Mina, a hunter from Vespai unit who wields a
yeah, because of the like collections, like more collections are almost guaranteed. I feel like those are definitely going to happen at some point. But with like, as far as a new Mega Man game goes, there are so many potential ideas, like so many potential ways they could continue any of the existing Mega Man series, or even just start a new Mega Man series. That I feel like it seems it's really weird that they haven't tried to do a new Mega Man game yet. I mean, I know all their games are being made, all their games are made in like RE Engine now, or like all of Capcom's like in-house games are in-studio games are made in RE Engine. So I'm not sure how Mega Man's look, like how you'd make a Mega Man game that how it would look in this like new overly realistic style. But honestly, I mean, if Capcom is willing to outsource games and like let other developers handle their series, they could potentially outsource every single Mega Man sub-series to a different developer. To have them all make new Mega Man games in these series all new Mega Man games in these series. Or just have something or just make a new game in any of these. So it says, realistically, the last new Mega Man was 11 in October 2018. We were well overdue for a new one in the 2.5 ideas, or something new like Battle Network Star Force. No, exactly. And like again, the Mega Man 11 sold really well. Like Mega Man 11 sold. It's not like these new Mega Man releases in like the collections or the new games, like they released and sold poorly. It's like, no, those new releases are selling well.
まあ、サウンドのその演奏者の方にちゃんと指の動きを習ってコードが間違ってないかとかチェックしてもらいながら全部のモーションに
And again, there's so many different, like, if they wanted to make a new Mega Man series, there's so many potential ideas they could do with it. That could work.
いいですね。ジェスチャーになるんじゃないかなと思います。キャプチャー撮ってたじゃないですか。アイルームめっちゃ踊ってたじゃないですか。あれも実際にジェスチャーしたらオトマイルもあれをやってくれるってことです。
I just remember. Sleep says, Mega Man 11 just hit 2 mil 4 months ago, Brawl. Oh, okay. I mean, that still seems... I mean, to me, that does sound like good sales. But I guess to Capcom, that must not sound like good sales. Yeah, to me, 2 million is like... For a game that's like, not made with the budget... Yeah, 2 million for a game that wasn't made with the budget of like the new Resident Evils or Monster Hunter. Or Street Fighter 6. That sounds good to me, but I guess for Capcom that isn't good.
Those with the Premium Deluxe Edition or the Cosmetic DLC Pass will automatically obtain it.
So it says, that's 2 mil over 7 years. Well, 6.5. For that, I think I would still say that I think I'd need to see like what the budget for Mega Man 11 was. Because in my mind it comes down to like, okay, compared to like, okay, how much did it make compared to its budget?
There will also be other DLC not included in packs.
So that's less than 150,000 copies per quarter. The heck? Is that a little bird?
In the summer, there will be a seasonal event called Festival of Accord Flame Fate. During seasonal events, the decorations...
But even if Mega Man 11 didn't sell as well as, like... Well, I thought it had sold a little better than that, but even if it didn't sell as well, from what I've heard, the Mega Man collections have sold well.
Gestures, pop-up camp decorations, and more. Festival of Accord Flame Fate will begin July 23rd. Let's make this summer a hot one to remember.
ここからは今後のスケジュールについておさらいいたします。無料タイトルアップデート第2弾はご覧の日程で配信予定です。追加モンスターラギアクルス、セルレギオスが登場します。
Okay, well, I'm gonna take a look at something here. So, okay, so the entire second half of this has really been Monster. Well, yeah, 24 minutes to this. Okay, yeah, so like almost the entire second half of this has been Monster Hunter. So we're nearing the end of this. So yeah, I think no new Mega Man announcements. And no real announcements of anything new, I guess. Which, I mean... Yeah, no real announcements of anything new, which, I mean, that's...
ハンマーの調整として新しく、ハンマー総裁成功した後に追撃するモーションというのを追加しています。その他もですね、遊びやすくなる調整っていうのを、各種進めておりますので、詳細はディレクターやノートの方をご確認いただければと思います。
No real new announcements announced. It seems just like a...
ご覧いただきありがとうございました。
Yeah, no real new announcements announced. It really just was like them talking about updates for games that have already been games that have already released or are coming out. Well, I mean, it makes sense that they wouldn't announce anything new because they've got 3 big upcoming projects between Onimusha Way of the Sword. Well, 4 big upcoming projects because they have Onimusha Way of the Sword. Yeah, honestly, if they were to do anything new with Mega Man, it would probably be another collection. Because they have Onimusha Way, they have the new Onimusha, they have new Resident Evil, and they have that Pragmata game, and they have the new Okami that's being worked on. So that's 4 new big games coming out. And a lot of people are probably going to be going to this survey in order to say that they want more Mega Man.
A Capcom ID is required to participate. So take this opportunity.
The Sumo says, I wonder if they're going to release the Monster Hunter X Digimon V-Pats here in America. I would assume so.
Capcom are excited to share more news in the future. Please look forward to our next broadcast. See you next time.
Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and go over to the... Yeah, we're just going to go immediately. So yeah, it was okay. That was an okay spotlight. I mean, they were mainly just talking about games they already announced, and we're revealing more details about Resident Evil, details about Resident Evil Requiem, and then like the new costume announcements for Street Fighter 6, and showing Sagat was pretty cool. But like the entire second half of that was directed at towards Monster Hunter fans, and which I am not. So we're just gonna go go ahead and move on directly to the Arc System Works showcase and see what they talk about. Oh, okay, you know what? Just to make some last minute things for what could be mentioned here, because you might not realize, if you only know them from their fighting games, you might not realize that Arc System Works. You might not know that Arc System Works is a developer and a publisher. Like they actually own and work on quite a few. They actually own and work on quite a few things. So we'll definitely see something related to some fighting games. But we could also see some stuff related to like Double Dragon, River City. And well, Arc System did say that they were going to be announcing some new stuff as part of this presentation. Yeah, let's go ahead and see what they announce. No. Okay. Okay, you know, actually, in that case, I did not realize that okay, I thought it was going to immediately start after that first minute, but since it's still got, like... Okay, I'm going to take a short break just to get some more tea. I'll be back in just a second, and when I get back, I'll get back in a little bit, and when I get back in a little bit, we'll go ahead and start the Arc System Works showcase, so... We'll return in just a little bit. Okay. Sleep says Mega Man Legacy Collection sold 1.7 million units. Legacy Collection 2 sold 800k units. Mega Man 11 sold 2 million units. MMX Legacy Collection sold 1.4 million units. Sold 900,000 units. Battle Network Collection 1 sold 800,000 units. Battle Network Collection 2 sold 800,000 units. Mega Man 0/ZX Collection sold 931,000 units. So I will admit that yeah, okay, I will admit that I was wrong about Mega Man 11 sales numbers because I guess 2 million units over the course of like 6.5 to 7 years isn't as impressive as I thought it was. Um but yeah, the what that does tell me though is that Mega Man Battle Network Collection that sold really good because that released in like 2024 or 2023. Hold on, let me check. Hmm. I have to look this up to remember. 2023. Okay, it sold in 2023. So it's almost reached a million sales. Both versions, both halves of the copy. But okay. Here, we're gonna go ahead and start the Arc System Works showcase. Lusumi says, think I'm gonna head out, have fun. Alright, Lusumi, have a good night. We're just gonna move past this. Yeah, we're just gonna move past this. So it says, for what it's worth, I don't think they're bad sales, but I don't think they're recouping as much money as they make as you think they are, especially not in the long run. Okay, so this is the new Double Dragon game that is being worked on. So there might be information about this announced here. Hey, what was they say? October 23rd? Oh, that's right. They're also okay. That's right. Arc System Works is also publishing the. They're publishing the Hunter x Hunter game. Okay. Let's see what they have to announce.
Hello, everyone.
What if Arc System Works announces the new Mega Man thing? That would be so funny. Like, Capcom doesn't have a new Mega Man thing, but Arc System Works says, we've acquired the rights to Mega Man!
We'll introduce our new titles developed or published by Arc System Works, and our future plans as well. We do have some world premiere games and information, so be sure to watch until the very end. Now, let's get started. First up is a new title from Arc System Works, coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Take a look.
So this is, I mean this as nicely as possible, but I don't want to play a 2D Mega Man fighting game. They also do beat 'em ups. Well, Sleepless. Clearly they don't just make fighting games. As we can see by this, the most non-fighting game looking game in existence. Unless she like start doing combos. So says you don't know that. Arc System Works starting off with the most non-Arc System Works looking game. Seems as you don't know that she might be to start doing combos. If this was an adaptation of if this was a video game adaptation of Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games, then maybe. But I'm sure the people who like Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games would actually like that game. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Maho Taguchi, the director of this game.
I'm Taisuke Kanasaki, the art director.
First, I'd like to introduce a new title. Arc System Works presents Dear Me, I Was. This title is an interactive adventure coming this summer on Nintendo Switch 2.
I think Arc System Works might be publishing a new. Oh, okay, it's a Texas one.
For adult women, aiming to help you feel a bit more positive after playing.
Oh, that's nice. So, in all seriousness, though, I know ArcSys does stuff outside fighting games, but let's face it, that's their bread and butter. Oh, I mean, it totally is. I mean, between they, very so. Actually, we'll continue this. Sorry, but yeah, between Guilty Gear Strive, Under Night in Birth, the upcoming Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, the Grand Blue fighting games, which they did not develop, but I think they published. Yeah. But yeah, this 2D fighting games are their jam. So there's Fighters as well, the Blaze Blue series. Yeah, the Blaze Blue series. The Fighters game, Dragon Ball Fighters. The Persona fighting games, those as well.
First, please take a look at this trailer.
Arc System Works is kind of the only
legendary side-scrolling action game.
Arc System Works is kind of the only it's like the only major company that makes more than one fighting game at a time right now.
A new story springs into action in the world of the original Double Dragon. Feel the fusion of tradition and evolution in a true modern beat-em-up action experience. This game is
yes, I'm interested in this because it is a beat 'em up. Because it's a beat 'em up, and I do like them beat 'em ups.
Abducted by the gang known as the Shadow Warriors, the Two Dragons Rise. An homage to arcade classics, you complete stages to progress in this battle-focused action game. Players can choose from
I am kind of hoping that they announce maybe a River City Girls 3 here.
Dynamic combos to repel oncoming waves of enemies.
Also, apologies, game. I feel bad for any developers who try to make Double Dragon. I feel bad for any developers who try to redesign Marion Kelly from Double Dragon after WayForward's redesign of her in River City Girls, because tactical Marion here is cool, but unfortunately, everyone's just gonna. You can't beat. You're gonna have a hard time beating the greatest blow up in video game history.
Arsenal of attacks at your disposal. Find the best option for your current character.
So I'm glad you like your beat 'em ups.
You can pick up weapons found lying around the stage, such as knives or bats.
We're actually in a very good age. I mean, we're in a very good age for beat 'em ups.
To knock down enemies from afar.
There were already beat 'em ups releasing, but thanks to starting with Streets of Rage 4, companies started realizing that these things can be very viable. Well, Streets of Rage 4, and then also after that, the River City Girl games, the TMNT Shredder's Revenge, and some other games releasing. I'm glad that companies are realizing that. I'm glad that companies beyond just indie developers are realizing that beat 'em ups are viable games to make. Because it means, for one thing, we're getting that Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Oh, that is absolutely one of my most anticipated games of this year. That looks like so much fun.
Builds up your Dragon Orb gauge. Use weapon attacks, stage gimmicks, or land a critical assault for bonus gauge boosts. Once it's charged up, you can unleash your finishing blow. Clear out nearby enemies and deal massive damage. And of course, no beat 'em up is complete without co-op play. This game features both online and offline co-op, of course. The gold standard that once defined an era is now reborn, revived. Double Dragon Revive. Releases October 23rd.
Dang, there's a lot of good games. There's a lot of games releasing like that between October 20th and the end of the month and the end of October.
Thank you for watching. How was it?
It's pretty good.
In this game, we aim to offer an intuitive gameplay for new players.
Also, okay, it's very interesting for Double Dragon, which only a few years ago was kind of dead.
We are pouring our full effort into development to ensure our latest.
We hadn't gotten a new Double Dragon game in years besides the characters appearing in River City Girls, and then now we've already got 2 new Double Dragon games.
Many of you might recognize this visual and game screen.
So I'm just sorry, I'm not really south. No, it's fine. I don't. There are styles of game. Not everyone's gonna be into every single style of game.
Digital and physical versions.
There are game genres there are game genres I'm just not interested in, and there are game genres that, and like there are people I know who just aren't interested in RPGs or just aren't interested in beat 'em ups. So it's fine.
Next, we have a game from French game developer .mu.
Okay, oh yeah, this is Absalom. Yeah. Okay, this is a game. I tried the demo for this for Steam Next Fest, and it was really fun. The roguelike aspect did make me a little worried about like how much progress you got to repeat, but dang, was this game fun.
Minasan, konnichiwa. Kono project no producer no Mike des. Konkai wa eigo mo shokai shite imasu. Hi, I'm Mike, producer and co-creative lead at .mu, the French studio and publisher behind multiple top sellers such as Street of Rage 4 and TMNT Shredder's Revenge. Today, I'm thrilled to announce to you our brand new creation, ArcSys.
Yeah, from what I played of this, it was quite a bit of fun. Also, I like that neon pizza sign they have in the background.
With our longtime partner Guard Crush and brought to life by the talented animators at Supamonks, Absalom is our very first original.
And I mean, as you can see, this is really good. This is really beautiful looking.
Beat 'em up, mixing arcade action combat and roguelike progression in the original world of Talam. All of this set on the stunning soundtrack from Gareth Cocker. We can't wait to show you more about this game coming later this year.
So says, funny enough, I did a game trade with my friend. The game he picked from my list was Octopath 2. It's the first traditional turn-based game he's playing in a decade plus, maybe ever, and he's enjoying the love of hell out of it. Just absolutely over the moon with enjoyment. Okay, so 2 beat 'em ups. This seems like a showcase for me and me only. 2 beat 'em ups, so this is a. Oh, okay.
We are revealing today.
Okay, so 2 completely new games. All right.
Take a look.
Hello, everyone.
Well, dear me, I hadn't heard anything about that before, so I think that was also a new announcement.
Today, I've prepared a very special new title. First, please take a look at this.
Is this Mad Rat dead too? That was a really random guess, I know, but the style reminded me a lot of Mad Rat Dead. Okay, no, this is something completely different.
That was our brand new game, Demon's Night Fever. The concept of this game is to embrace being evil. This game lets you wildly enjoy all sorts of wickedness. There is a game I made in the past, which I am going to overcome with this game. Now, I will tell you the genre of this game, which is very, very long.
Wait, let me go back to that. Let me go back to his name and let me see what the game he's talking about is. Sohei Nikawa. Okay. Let's find out what this game is. I'm sure we can find it out by just looking at what games he's worked on. Oh, he created the Disgaea. Okay, he's one of the creators of the Disgaea series. This explains everything. Okay, that explains what this is.
That was our brand new game, Demon's Night Fever. The concept of this game is to
So he says that does fill in a lot of gaps. Yeah.
This game lets you wildly enjoy all
So yeah,
sorts of
okay. So from what I found out, he was actually an executive producer at. He was an executive producer at a. Well, actually, let me get this. Let me go and mention this. So he was a video game developer and an executive, not executive producer, but an executive at Nippon Ichi Software, and he was the CEO and president of the company from 2009 to 2022. And then at some at some point he left the company. He's quit being the president of Nippon Ichi Software, and he left the company, and he made a new company called Super Niche. So this company Super Niche that he's making this game with, this is his company. So he says, knowing this is the guy behind this guy makes everything in the trailer make sense. Oh, it absolutely, absolutely.
Now, I will tell you the genre of this game, which is very, very long. Are you ready? Enemies, allies, kill, kill, kill. The more you die, the stronger you become. Raising speedrunning simulation RPG. Got it? I know you feel it's nonsense, and I feel the same.
I think this sounds okay. Gameplay wise, that actually does sound similar to Unlosing Ranger, which is a game that Nippon Ichi made before.
But the development is already in its final stage, and we're actually in crunch time.
Well, get out! Well, don't be in crunch time! Don't make your employees have to go through crunch time!
Please, get ready for it. Check it out.
Okay, I'm have to see what the actual gameplay for that game is, because...
Hello. I'm Tomohito.
Yeah, I'd have to actually see what the gameplay for that game is before I'd be interested in getting it.
Today, I'm here to bring you information on the latest title.
Because a game that's just be the evilest villain imaginable, that automatically just makes me not interested. But if it's the guy who created Disgaea, that has me a little more interested in what it could be.
Taito's Bubble action game series, Bubble Bobble, returns in a completely new game. This
Bubble
time,
action.
Bub's adventure is in a sweet dungeon filled with sugary treats.
Okay, well, we better clear it quickly before Kirby finds it.
Blow bubbles to catch bullies, and use your horns and spikes to burst the bubbles and beat them. You can get high places
Okay,
by
so it's a
finding the
Bubble
bubbles.
Bobble action platformer.
Good
So it
use
says,
of
woo,
the
Bubble
bubble
Bobble.
can catch them all in one fell swoop. You don't have to defeat all your foes.
Dang, Arc System Works really, I said that before, but Arc System Works really does, they own or are involved with a lot more series than I thought. If they have, if they're working with Bubble Bobble.
Materials obtained from the treasures have many uses, like being exchanged for items. You can level up the
Sisters, tell your grandmothers, listen, do not doubt the power of Bubble Bobble.
Set items and skills.
Many a fool has doubted the power of Bubble Bobble before. And they've all regretted it.
The dungeon with a stronger bub. Each time you enter a dungeon, the stage layout and enemy placement will change. The game feels fresh every time you play.
Also, I can't tell my grandmothers about this if they were to see... Also, I can't tell my grandmothers about this. If they saw this as a game with a little dragon creature blowing bubbles, they would think that it's a symbol of sin and call it heretical. So, can't really tell them about this, unfortunately.
I'm Bob, the protagonist of the Bubble Bobble series.
But where's your brother?
One of the big features this time is the ever-changing dungeons. We developed this with the
It is cool that they made an entire costume for one of the Bubble Bobble characters. Bubble Bobble dinosaurs.
My skills have been powered up too. We have some new skills, as well as special bubbles from the past titles.
We have remade past skills. But you can enjoy exhilarating bubble action with new skills.
I hope everyone witnesses my great feats with their own hands. But Mr. Oka, there are still many big features, right?
That's right. However, due to time constraints, I'll talk about them another time.
Oh no!
I am still kind of curious what exactly that game.
System that will make Bub's adventure even more exciting.
What exactly the game by the original creator of this guy is going to be like. I kind of have some ideas based on what he was saying, and it looks like it looks kind of like it's what he talked about. Kind of makes it sound similar to Unlosing Ranger.
Please keep an eye out for further information.
But
See you next
I think we'd have to see some gameplay to find out what it actually is. Or at least I'd have to see some gameplay to find out what it actually is.
Tayompa! We can't take our eyes off of either of these new titles. Please look forward to their further updates. Next up, the popular Japanese anime has its first full-blown fighting game, Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, okay.
Impact.
I thought they were about to announce a brand new video game for some anime, but as soon as they said fighting game, I realized it was Hunter x Hunter. I kind of feel bad for this game. I kind of feel a little bad for this game though, because like, yeah, this game had been building up to its release, and a lot of people who were like interested were like, ah, well, it's a new tag fighter, and we don't have too many of those around. But at least, so hey, at least we can make a brand new tag fighter people get interested in and seize the throne of tag fighters now that Marvel vs. Capcom is dead. And then, literally the same company that's publishing this one announces Marvel Tokon.
Iconic scenes from Hunter x Hunter. Smooth online battles featuring rollback netcode. Engage in intense online battles, risking your rank points.
Like, I'm thinking about it, so someone is actually like, I might have posted in the Discord, but after the Marvel vs. Capcom collection came out, well, like, so says, man, it's got like a year before it gets mugged for its lunch money. Ah, dang. Yeah, so I might have posted the Discord, but they're actually, so they're like, we know of 5 upcoming fighting games. The new Virtua Fighter, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, this game, Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact, gosh, what is it? The Invincible Versus fighting game, and like that League of Legends fighting game.
Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact.
4 of those are tag fighters. Heck, the new Virtual Fighter could be a tag fighter. They just haven't mentioned it yet.
Hunter Nen Impact will be released
But yeah,
on
2X.
PlayStation
Oh,
5
thank you, Squinto. Squinto says 2KXO.
on July 17th, 2025.
But hey, Squinto, welcome in. So yeah, that's.
Latest information from the genre of fantasy light novel type, stylish action fighting.
Okay, it's Under Night. I didn't know where you were going. I didn't know where they were going with that. Okay, it's Under Night. Which, with a game with a name like Under... here, we're gonna go back a little bit. Oh, if you're just tuning in, we did watch the Capcom showcase before this. Yeah. But for that, I didn't understand that genre name until they mentioned the game's name. And you know what? For a game titled Under Night in Birth 2, SYS:/Celes, that does sound like the kind of genre it would have. Yeah, so the League of Legends fighting game 2KXO, Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact, the Invincible fighting game, the Invincible Versus fighting game that's coming out, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. That's 4 new tag fighters we got coming up. Sloop says, I want to say 2KXO is a crap name for a fighting game, by the way. Like, that says nothing about what it is or what character you should expect. It's not a good name, no, I'll be honest. I'll agree with you there, it's not a good name. Like, Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls at least tell you that it's a Marvel game. Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact at least tells you it's a Hunter x Hunter game. 2KXO doesn't tell you that that's a League of Legends game. And it doesn't tell you that that's a fighting game. Yeah, like even if you took out Hunter x Hunter, Nen Impact sound even if you took out Hunter x Hunter, Nen Impact sounds like a name for a fighting game. Squinto says, I'm gonna be real, the Invincible game and 2KXO look rough. So there's some things, Castle Super Beast has like talked about this quite a bit in some of their podcasts, and they've gone into it in better impact. They've gone into more in depth than I could. But like, okay, like the announcement of Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, from what I've seen, has just like flattened any interest in 2KXO. Because, okay, remember what I said that 2KXO is a tag game? It's a tag game that's launching with 7 characters. A game where you need like a larger roster than like a 1v1 fighting game because you're going to have multiple characters on your team. That's launching with 7 characters. That's not a lot. MG McFly, thank you for rating with a party of 4. Also, yeah, to add to what you do, to add to what you're saying, Spito, about the Invincible game, I haven't seen Invincible. I haven't watched the show, but from what I know of the show, there's like 50 different characters in Invincible that are all like they. From what I've seen in clips for the show, they fight like how people imagine Superman. How they fight like Superman. They fly around a lot. They punch you really hard. They're kind of like physically invulnerable. And for what I know, they don't even have like heat vision. They don't even have like heat vision like Superman has, or like frost breath, or like even the weirder power Superman has. Where like I think in recent comics, Superman gained the ability, like the whole like Superman can fly fast enough to just time warp. I think they gave him that in recent comics that he can just time travel by flying. So there, Squinto says they do the same shit. So yeah, I don't know much about Invincible, but like I feel like they're gonna have to work. I feel like the devs for that are gonna have to work. And I mean, it is Double Helix. Like it's like a bunch of people who worked on the at Double Helix, and thus they made the Killer Instinct reboot. So they know how to make a good fighting game. But I feel like they got.
Please take a look.
Honestly, instead of Invincible versus, I think the idea that they should do, the idea that would make sense. Sorry, I'm gonna pause this again. But idea that I think they could make work is just make Invincible versus like Image Comics fighting game. Like all because Invincible is from Image Comics, and they just take a bunch of characters from Image Comics and have them in this as like a crossover game. As a crossover game, that can work. Yeah, I think that can work a bit better because I mean, like you got Spawn from Image Comics. I think Hellboy or Hellboy. No, Hellboy. I think he's either with Image Comics or Dark Horse Comics.
It's an action game project.
Okay.
You know what? Let me explain. Arc System Works is a fighting game company. I'm sure most of you recognize us as so.
Everyone slow turn to Sleepless Saying. Everyone slow turn to this stream where we said that only a few minutes ago.
However, to achieve a new brand where we are known for quality mid-range action games, we decided
we were just saying that like earlier.
Outside of fighting games. You might be wondering why I specifically use the term mid-range. There are many reasons, but one is that even creators themselves can enjoy striving for their dreams. In recent years, with AAA blockbusters and excellent indie titles gaining popularity, it has become extremely risky for companies to create new series.
Okay.
This has led to dwindling opportunities for young creators to have.
Oh my gosh, he's saying what we've all been saying for the past few years.
Focus our efforts towards the future a decade from now.
Which I mean, that's.
Such as to build stable development schemes and to accumulate.
Slim says, "Look, embrace it. You know you're a fighting game company. It's your bread and butter."
Our flagship title, Guilty.
Well, it's clear that they are still committed to that, but he is saying something really good here. That like, hey, with AAA companies releasing big titles and indie games being really popular, it's there hasn't been a really like divert. We've been missing like that diverse like range of like C, B, and C tier games that were made with less of a budget. That were made with less of a budget, but we're trying out weirder things. Like the main Yakuza. That's like series like that weren't made with as much of a budget as a AAA game, but they were made with a bit more than an indie game. So it's fine to diversify portfolio, but gotta remember to keep your core strong. Well, let's see what they announce here first.
Copy work. But its very first installment was a small-scale project. From there, over many long years, we built a foundation that could guarantee a certain level of quality in the fighting games genre. Similarly, we hope to take a step with this project that will eventually lead to
interesting.
bigger dreams. And precisely because they are mid-range titles, this will create many opportunities to produce many titles and cultivate many creators, and we hope that will become one of the future values of Arc System Works. It was a long introduction.
That is really interesting, though, that he's like, "Hey, we're primarily known as a fighting game company, but we've now got a series. We've now got a series that's selling millions of copies and is really well regarded. but it wouldn't have gotten there if we hadn't started out small by taking a chance and making like this small, really weird fighting game, really weird game. So let's try that again. Let's try and make some more smaller, weirder, smaller, unique games.
So, I'd like to share it with you at the end. The title is Damon and Baby.
This is Pragmata again. No, okay, it's very different. Yep. Well, that is very mid-range. And very different from the games I usually see in Okay. Okay, seriously, what is it with... Okay, between Donkey Kong Bonanza, Pragmata, and this, what is it with games that have, really big guy character, have a really big guy character, and, like, who have to carry a small child on their back? That's the third one!
Keep an eye out for Arc System Works' new projects and the new titles that will emerge from them. They're going to be really exciting.
Squinto bash his head against the wall. Well, don't do that just yet. We don't want to have to pay any reparations on that wall.
And latest updates for various games today. But now, it's time to say goodbye. Hope you found a title that resonated with you.
Well, I was agreeing with the guy who was saying about, like, needing, like, to try diversifying, maybe trying to start, like, allowing weirder, more interesting games.
Look forward to our future updates and information.
But they did show, admittedly, they did show not that much information. They didn't show that much information about this game. Oh, okay. Yeah, they didn't really show... They didn't really show much information about that new game, really. So it says, untapped market. People want to experience the Wreck-It Ralph film for themselves. Oh my gosh, I was seeing people mention that after Donkey Kong Bonanza announced that the musical rock was actually Pauline, there were a bunch of people posting images that, like, oh my gosh, it's just Wreck-It Ralph and Vanellope all in a video game. Like Wreck-It Ralph and Vanellope in an actual video game. So he's honestly surprised there one more thing was that Lucy and Gigi's Driver, a new fighter or two from Marvel Tokon. I've been surprised by that as well. I would have figured that they would, like, yeah, the whole, like, hey, by the way, here's here's a few more characters from Marvel Tokon. But anyway, that was the... Squinto says, I mean, Evo is in 2 months. That is a good point, yeah. Yeah, at Evo, they could literally, because of how big a roster Marvel Tokon will have to have, they could literally, I think, I said this when we watched the announcement of Marvel Tokon. But yeah, at Evo, Arc System Works could literally just, like, every single time a top 8 finishes, or in between every single event or every single commercial break at Evo, they could be like, hey, here's a bit more about one of the characters here's a bit more about one of the 8 characters we've already revealed, or here's a new character. Like, they could make a short character trailer for every single character in this game, and they could play a new trailer during every single one of Evo's, like, commercial breaks, and they probably wouldn't run out. They probably wouldn't run out of trailers. But anyway, okay, so that was the Arc System Works showcase, and that was okay. It was, yeah, that was an okay series of announcements. Nothing nothing really exciting there, but I still think the thing that I got most... Honestly, okay, with the, Sleep says, honestly, with EVO being a Sony-owned event and Sony funding Marvel Tokon, I wouldn't be surprised. That might be why they didn't show any trailers for Marvel Tokon off today, because Sony probably was like, because Sony was like, save your trailers for EVO. It looks like Sony is really, like, between the announcement of Marvel Tokon. I mentioned this when Marvel Tokon was announced, but between the announcement of Marvel Tokon and, like, Sony announcing an official, like, Sony arcade stick for official Sony arcade stick, it really does feel like It feels like Sony's getting more into fighting games. Well, like getting heavily more into fighting games. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta see what's going on. Sorry. Hmm. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna take a short break, and I'm gonna switch on over to Pokemon Legends Arceus. So be right back in just a second. I think honestly, out of all the things that were announced, I think out of all the things that were announced, the thing that was still the most exciting for me was probably still the Street Fighter Six costumes. But yeah, the Street Fighter Six costumes. Yeah. So it says Sony acquired Evo back in 2021, so it's really about time they started trying to make it more profitable. But yeah, I'm gonna take a short break, and when I get back, we'll continue with Pokemon Legends Arceus. So give me just a second. Okay. I just... Alright, so... Oh, and just to let y'all know what else is happening this week. So, this Saturday will be a Brawl night to celebrate 6 years of streaming on the channel. Uh, this Saturday will be a Brawl night long stream of Deltarune. So, I'm going to start replaying through Deltarune Chapter 1 and 2, and then if I have enough time after beating those two, I'm going to go ahead and start Deltarune Chapter 3. So, basically, and it's going to be 12 hours long. It's going to start at 2 p.m. on Saturday, and it's going to end at 2 a.m. on Sunday. But yeah, that'll be happening. That'll be happening this Saturday. So okay. Then also, yeah, just a little reminder about how this works. If you weren't here for the previous streams or just forgot or just need a refresher, so this is Pokemon Legends Arceus One for Brawl. This is a challenge run of the game. And how it works is every time I lose a battle or die in this game, I must release a random Pokemon from my boxes. Every time I re-enter town, I must randomize my team. And then, if you donate $3 or use 3,000 channel points, I have to catch a Pokemon of your choice. And there should be a link in the Twitch notification I just posted that shows like a list of all the Pokemon in this game. If you sub to the channel or get to sub, I have to catch 2 Pokemon of your choice. And if you donate $5 or use 5,000 channel points, I have to switch a Pokemon of your choice onto my team. Because if I lose a battle or I die and I have to have to release a random Pokemon, the only Pokemon that are going to be safe are the ones in my boxes. Now with that in mind, okay, and now that we did refresh on that, check to see. Need to go to the Solaceon ruins. Dang it. Sleep says, ah yes, we're in the Crimson Marshes that are not crimson at all. Maybe it's because maybe the crimson comes from the blood of trainers who try to catch Pokemon here and are mauled to death by all the Pokemon. Ah, beans. Uh-oh. I am doing horrible with that. Wait, am I out of Pokeballs? Oh no, I'm out of Pokeballs. Okay, never mind. We gotta go back. I am one $1 short of buying a Pokeball. There, I have made one Pokeball. Okay, let me actually see if I can store some stuff. Attracting bug Pokemon, also those with fairy-like charms. May summon the Pokemon, create an opening for you to act. Okay. Sim says, you require acorns. I do. Okay. Buy with an acorn. Oh, I do have the heavy balls. I got like 10 heavy balls. So I have one Pokeball and 10 heavy balls. Battleland says, you buy your Pokeballs? You don't just run around gathering everything in sight and have an impossible amount of Pokeballs from the materials? I mean, I'm trying to run around and grab everything, but... I try to run around to grab everything, but as soon as the Pokemon see me, they rush towards me with murder in their eyes. Go get him. Oh, what the heck. Alright, let me try to see if I can... Also, hi, Vadalent. Welcome in. Come on. Hooray! Thank you, Lavender. Okay, so we'll have to nickname that. We'll have to nickname them. Oh, shit. Oh, no! That was like a horror movie jump scare. We're just like, aha, finally safe from that vengeful ghost. Only got alerted that there was one right next to me. One thing I do like about this game, I do like the feeling of exploring the wilderness, and like the game was like, and instead of the game being like, all right, so now you get annoyed by the Pokemon sneaking up on you in the grass. Instead, it's like now no, in this game, the Pokemon get annoyed by you sneaking up on them in the grass. Battle says, "Oh, I see the problem. I spent an ungodly amount of time in the first zone before heading for the next, trying to fill in the Pokédex before I left." Well, I do have a wide variety of Pokemon. We'll just go here. Here, we'll just take a stop back here so I can show you all the Pokemon I have. I don't like those noises. Yeah, I do have a large variety of Pokemon I've been catching. Um, yeah, I do have a wide variety of Pokemon, including some Pokemon I probably shouldn't have yet. Thanks, playing like every single Pokemon game from the past few years and just putting all of them in my boxes. Sleepless says, maybe definitely not Dawn should share some Pokeballs with you. Or maybe definitely not Dawn would share some Pokeballs with you. I can at least try talking to her. Yes. Okay, but let's see. Okay, we got this Ghastly. We'll go ahead and name this Budew and this Ghastly. So for those who weren't here during the previous stream, for those who weren't here during the previous stream of this and don't know how this works, basically, if I lose a Pokemon battle or my guy gets knocked unconscious, I have to release a random Pokemon from the boxes. So this is a challenge run where I could potentially release Pokemon, but it's not a Nuzlocke run. I'm still waiting to do like a Nuzlocke run. But also, if you donate or use channel points, you can make me catch any Pokemon you want, or you can make me switch Pokemon onto or off my team. Because the only Pokemon that are safe from being removed from being released are the ones that are the ones that are on my team. Also, and I'll go ahead and show this for those who weren't here earlier. I'll go ahead and show you all this. Um, if you have any names you want me to use for a Pokemon, feel free to suggest them. Even if you don't, even if it's not a Pokemon that you wanted me to catch, if you got any funny or good names you want me to use, feel free to suggest them. But as for Battleant says you're sacrificing Pokemon to chump block for your fighter so they don't take the lethal blow. Yes, these rules are kind of spinning off of like the Disgaea, the Disgaea. I have also do a Disgaea challenge one called Disgaea, and the rules are kind of taken from that. Yeah. In addition to that, if y'all don't have any names to suggest, I do have a list of names because basically I made a giant list of like warriors because this game is set in like in Pokemon version of ancient Japan. I made a giant list of like historical Japanese warriors. Yeah, historical Japanese warriors, and then also characters from the Samurai Showdown games and the Last Blade games. So we'll be using as I catch all these Pokemon, I'll be using names from these characters. And if you want to know how crazy obsessed with stuff like this I get, well, I didn't have to spend an entire night making a giant list of every Japanese warrior, historical warrior, or every character from the Samurai Showdown and the Last Blade games, and then also find images for every single one of them from the Sengoku Basara, Samurai Warriors, Sam Show, and Last Blade games. But I did. Don't ask me why. I just did. Okay, so to nickname this Budew, I'm gonna nickname you. Okay, so you're. your little plant guy. So I'm gonna nickname you. Well, I haven't used one of these like characters from Samurai. Let me use some more of the names from Samurai Showdown that aren't really remembered. Some more of the characters from Samurai Showdown that aren't really remembered because they released in the awkward 3D age that every beloved fighting game series that started in the arcades went through at some point. Okay, so I'll name you Yasi Izanagi. If I can fit this. I can't. Just so. Now for the Ghastly, well, there's a lot of ghosts in here, so yeah, Adeline, to answer this, it's not exactly a Nuzlocke run because it's not like if a Pokemon dies in battle, uh, so I have to get rid of it. At some point, I do want to do a um a Nuzlocke run of a Pokemon game, but that's whenever I get to doing that, it's probably going to be a very special occasion because I've been playing Pokemon games since Crystal, yet I haven't really done a full Nuzlocke run yet. Here, I will name you off of another lesser known Samurai Showdown character. We're going to name you Asura. I'm naming this one Asura, not after. I'm naming this one Asura because there's like a often forgotten Samurai Showdown protagonist called Asura who just look very goth, as you can see from his sprite here, a very goth guy. So it works well for Ghastly. So that works kind of well for Ghastly. All right, and now we shall go out and find more stuff. Okay, and she won't share stuff with me, so. Let me check my map to see where we're at. Ah, that's the wrong button. Yeah, we're going to explore around a little bit before we go to the Salacion ruins. Get a bunch of materials, make a bunch of Pokeballs, because we'll probably need them. Catch some Pokemons. Oh gosh! Where'd he go? Oh, dang it! The spirits are truly restless here. Actually, no, strong style. Okay, well, Lavender needs to be healed up again. I'm going to be using these healing items I'm going to need to get some more healing items as well. I've got enough for now, but... So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with this game so far. I just entered the Crimson Lowlands. And am I full on stuff? Okay, I am full on stuff. Gosh dang it. Okay. I actually do need to get back and, okay, I need to get back and, like, drop some stuff in my inventory. Or drop some stuff in storage. Because apparently I have a limited number of storage spaces here. Or a limited number of inventory spaces. Okay, I'll just drop all this stuff I don't need immediately. So, we just start... Yeah, move all these, because these are all... These are stuff I'm just going to use for making more Pokeballs. Then... Naturally curling in order to make the parts of Pokemon rise to class that holds the... Okay, item storage. Yep. Move that. These can heal Pokemon, so Let me also keep these, because these can be, I can use these as healing items. And I think, yeah, that's just a crafting item, so we'll move that as well. You know, also just to up the difficulty, gonna move all the revives here. Battlein says it amuses me to no end that this game is a better overall game than Scarlet and Violet. Between this game, I did fully play through Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and between what I played of this game and Scarlet and Violet, both of the Scarlet and Violet from what I played, it would be like it was a pretty good Pokemon game. It's just gosh dang it, Pokemon Company, let your devs rest a little bit. Let them take some time to make the new game in your generation. Alright, so let me actually challenge them with, you know what, we'll go use Shebuli. This game does feel more unique than any. It feels more unique than a lot of the other modern Pokemon games. Because such a big focus is put on actually hunting the Pokemon down, or well, not hunting, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Rattle says my complaint is exactly we don't need or want them to churn out garbage every couple years. Let them cook, damn it. Yeah, and on the one hand, I know why they do it, why the Pokemon Company does it. It's because every single thing, when a new Pokemon generation starts, everything from merchandise, a new Pokemon, a new season of the Pokemon show, movie. Well, they used to do movies, but I don't think they haven't done movies in quite some time. Basically everything Pokemon related that's related to a new generation cannot be released until the new game for that generation is released. So that game introduces generation. But I mean, that's putting a lot of pressure on the game. That's putting a lot of pressure on the game devs in order to quickly, come on, quick, make a new game so that we can send out, make a new game so we can send out 30,000 plushies of our new version of Pikachu. It's really unfair to them. So weirdly enough, I never finished the one. I got to the third zone and was just done with it. I at least finished Violet and its DLC despite it being a buggy mess at times. Despite people's complaints about the modern Pokemon games, I do think the modern Pokemon games, I think they actually have gotten better at some things compared to older games. Oh shit. The big one I would say is actually story and character writing. Uh-oh. Oh, gosh dang it. A lot of the characters in the more recent game... So he says, I'd argue a lot of the story/character gets undercut by the lack of voice work. Oh, no, I agree by the lack of voice work. No, I agree with you there. I do agree with you that, I do agree with you that they would really help themselves out if they could get, if they would hire voice actors to voice the characters. And I mean, they've got the money to, because they've hired voice actors to play those characters in, the mobile games. Battle says, considering how many episodes are in a singular season or two of Pokemon, they have plenty of time. That was not the move I meant to do. Gosh dang it. I meant to open up my menu to heal Vulpix. I do like this game. But dang, I'm never gonna get used to the up arrow being what you use to open the menu. Here, I'll heal Shebuli as well. So there are scenes in Scarlet and Violet, especially in the DLC, that have bespoke cutscenes that just fall so flat because it's delivered in 2-line text blocks. You mean like Rhyme, one of the gym leaders in the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, who raps, but they don't have voice acting, so they don't actually rap. You just have to read off the lines of them rapping, so it just kind of falls a little flat. And that's just one example. Oh. Hello, Cricketot. So he says the rap battle gym leader is definitely one of them. It does say something, though. I mean, of course, like the people who just aren't on the internet and just like they see new Pokemon, buy new Pokemon, are of course going to get it. And really, I guess probably I shouldn't be complaining because I'm part of the problem. I did buy Pokemon Scarlet and Violet when they came out. But I mean, they did look like a fun time, and they were fun to me. Oh jeez. We're gonna wait for this Psyduck to go away. Or at least I'm gonna sneak attack it. Get him. But we'll have to see how the I'll have to see how that new Pokemon Legend Z8, if that has the same problems that Scarlet and Violet had. So he says, I mean, I'm also part of the problem. I'll buy the games too, regardless of review score. In part, though, it's because I know what I'm buying when I get a Pokemon game. I mean, yeah, that's also why. Oh shit! Oh gosh! Oh gosh! That thing just tried to absorb my health directly. Slim says, much like I know what I'm buying when I get a Dragon Quest game. Yeah, no, same. I mean, that's exactly why. No matter what they announced with the new Dragon Quest, like they said that they're going to be darker in tone, but as long as they keep like as long as they keep a gameplay with like the same basis as previous Dragon Quests, I'm almost guaranteed to get it because it's Dragon Quest. Stop that! And even then, if they do change the gameplay up significantly, unless it looks terrible, I'm probably going to buy it still because it's Dragon Quest. Battleland says, considering I'm fairly certain that God damn it. The people that made AZ is the team that made Arceus, I don't think that would be an issue. Let's see. Pokemon, gosh, this game released at, like, the start of 2023, didn't it? Okay, we're gonna send out Sindaisuke. Yeah, because this and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet released in the same year. Oh, I guess I should have probably tried to catch that Carnivine since I don't have one yet. And I've stowed away all my... To make things more difficult for myself, I stowed away all my revives, so no revives... I can't revive any Pokemon that are brought back. Battleland says, this game released a bit before the other two, actually. Oh, okay. But yeah, same year. Yeah, I remember because like this game released in like January of that year, and then Scarlet and Violet released like November of that year. Slim says, I'm excited for ZA, but I'm excited for it because of going back to Kalos, which I like, and it's bringing back Mega Evolutions, which are just the best battle gimmick Pokemon's had. Okay, you know, we will catch this Badoo. How dare you? Okay, we will catch this Badoo. Ah, dang it. Oh, dang it. Okay, I was hoping that because it was paralyzed it couldn't be poisoned, but nope. It can be. Okay, we'll need to... Actually, I can't decide if, like, either the Pokemon series will need to make, like, some sort of change to it. The Pokemon series kind of needs to adapt in some way. Or if the Pokemon series is safer than ever because basically because the vast amount of like Pokemon ROM hacks there are out there. Like to the point where Pokemon ROM hacks are like almost their own genre of game. Like if you want a more difficult Pokemon game or a very different playing Pokemon game, it's out there. So it says, I thought the release order was Dip remakes Legends Arceus then SFT 10 months later. You know what? Let me check. Here, let's check. Okay, so Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were released in 2021. And then, okay, Pokemon Legends Arceus was released 2022. Okay, so Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl was November 2021. Legends Arceus was January 2022. And then Scarlet and Violet were November 2022. So yeah, all of these games... So this was 3 Pokemon games over the course of a year. Yeah, that was 3 new Pokemon releases over the course of a year. Valent says, but how about this? What about gimmick stacking? For instance, there's absolutely no reason we couldn't have a singular Pokemon Mega Evolve, Terastallize, and use a Z move. Of those gimmicks, only one of them involved the Pokemon holding an item. Can't add Kaiju because that one is explicitly region locked. The one thing, though, is that you could make some really overpowered Pokemon to the point where, like, you'd want a team of only those Pokemon that could Terastallize, Mega Evolve, and use Z moves. Maybe instead it'd be a good idea to, like, keep multiple of the things, like keep Z moves, keep Terastallizing, keep Mega Evolution. But have different Pokemon able to do each one. Like, only certain Pokemon can use Z-Move, and those Pokemon that can use Z-Moves cannot Mega Evolve, and they can't Terastallize. And the Pokemon that can Terastallize, they can't Mega Evolve, and they can't use Z-Moves. Battle says Dark Terra, Mega Gyarados, and Dark Z-Move. Oh my gosh. That would be, like... That would be kind of interesting in how crazy it would get, but that'll also be a nightmare for anyone fighting against them. Online play between players in that game would just only be online play between characters in that game, or people playing that game would just only be oh gosh, dang it. It would just only be, it would only be people using that. Slib says, don't keep Z-moves. I didn't like them. If they bring back the need for your character to do the dumb little dances to activate them, I'll probably throw the chip through a shredder. Dang, Sleepless hates whimsy. Sleepless hates joy and whimsy. Sad to see. You know, actually, Sleepless, no, you're right. Keep the Z... If they bring back Z-moves... They should not make you have to do goofy little dances in order to activate the Z moves. But every single other move that is not a Z move, like every single Pokemon move that is not a Z move, should make your character have to do a silly little dance. So like all 1,000, 2,000 Pokemon moves that are not Z moves Your character has to do a silly little dance to activate them, but the Z moves do not need the silly little dance. Sleep says, I particularly hate Gen 7 Brawl. I know. Sleep says, it's actively my least favorite generation. I know. Okay, but Sleepless, but hear me out. What if instead of the Z moves making you have to do silly little dances, they made you making your character do silly dances? What if instead of that, your character, in order to do the Z moves, they had to stack the Pokemon on their head? And increase, like, no matter how big the Pokemon was doing the Z move, like, they had to stack them on their head. Also, you would have to in order to learn the Z moves, you would have to meet chibi, like weird Funko Pop looking versions of characters from previous Pokemon games. Balance is not that throwing the game card away will accomplish anything, since Switch 2 game cards are actually just physical game keys. Well, really, like all of them, there's like no physical game cards for the Switch 2, because if so, that's a shame. Here, let me get that. And the other thing... Okay, let me grab this as well. So I know what you're trying to do, Brawl, and while I appreciate the world of Final Fantasy pandering, I'd rather a genuine world of Final Fantasy sequel than the Frankenstein's nightmare you're describing. Well, no, you just said that, like... Well, no, it's just because you said you don't want any dances because they make your character look ridiculous. So I'm just wondering, if we made the character look ridiculous in a completely different fashion, would that work better? Aqualava. Are you just gonna hang out there? Violence says they're definitely moving away from it, yes. Between that and the new thing where we don't actually own our Switch 2s, Nintendo is starting to build up some real reasons to not like them at the moment. Oh. So it says, I maintain World of Final... Oh, okay, yeah, okay, saying that again. Alright. I hope I'm not just leaving them there. I kind of feel... Okay, good. They do return to the ball. There's a couple of trees over there I can get stuff from. Oh. You know, we're just gonna... Excuse me. We're just gonna rush past them. Well, there's the entrance to those ruins. Yeah, that Psyduck still searching for me? Okay, no, the Psyduck is not looking for me. Alright, let me try running around here. I want to see if I can gather some of the stuff from these trees. Uh-oh. I didn't really do anything to it. Okay, what if I try... So this has been Sleepy is Spiteful. Tune in next time for his TED Talk on why Skyrim ruined the Xbox 360/PS3 era. No, Sleepless, we've long established that was KG Inafune who did that. Did I get him? Oh. No, but he's angry now. Distractionary tactic. Well, that just made them angrier, of course, as I should have guessed. Slim says, you're right, it is Keiji Inafune's fault. Balance says, or after double checking, it looks like I might be spreading misinformation. My apologies. It's okay. Everyone at some point, everyone at some point during one of these streams, everyone following this channel or who has been on this channel has accidentally spread misinformation. Slim says, you're right, it is Keiji Inafune's fault. Actually, that does lead me to okay, this leads me to an interesting, completely random topic. But, so, as part of the whole, like, preparing for D&D Delights, that whole, like, the idea I've had to replace Brawl Oblivion, the idea the challenge run I've been thinking of to replace Brawl Oblivion, I've had to buy and play a bunch of really old computer RPGs, or like Western RPGs, and well, something I've realized after trying out like hundreds of Western RPGs released before like 2010 is that is that basically I gotta pour one out for the computer RPG fans, like for the PC Western RPG fans before 2010. Like you boot up, or also it makes a lot of sense why I became such a big fan, or why a lot of people I know are such big fans of Japanese developed turn-based RPGs compared to Western RPGs. Nothing against Western RPGs, there are some I really like, but for a lot of the really old ones, trying to play them is really difficult. Because a lot of the game, and part of it is a lot of the games are like, well, we're not going to tell the player anything, we're going to drop them into the game and let them figure it out. Which, I know a lot of people really like that, but when you're trying it with a new game from like 40 years ago, it doesn't put the best foot forward. Also, I am very glad we've moved past the era. I'm very glad that Japanese turn-based RPGs never had something I've learned really old Western RPGs had, which is where some really old Western RPGs I've tried, they would make you to start up the game. It would ask you when you start up the game. It would ask you, tell me word 3 from paragraph 10 from page 5 of the manual. And that's why you will probably never see Might and Magic 3 on this channel. Sim says, I think the you don't own your Switch 2 idea came from the idea that Nintendo upped their terms of service to say if you hacked their system, they held the right to brick your console. Not a fan of the 3DS hackers, I guess. Even though Sakurai himself supports it. Which I'm pretty sure Xbox and PlayStation was a similar clause in their terms of service. Okay, let me try. Yeah, I'm just gonna go around catching more Arceus. Ah, gosh dang it. So it says, didn't Metal Gear Solid do something kind of similar? Like you had to have the manual to get a door code? I'm not sure if it had that. Metal Gear Solid did have a thing where like every single codec frequency was listed in the manual, so that if you didn't remember it or you needed to take a look at it, you could yeah, if you needed to take a look at that code, you could. And we'll give it special type. Fadlin says, I mean, it's not the first time they brick consoles, but this is the first time it's been pushed forward by people like it's a threat. Oh, gosh, dang it. Actually, from what I've heard, quite a few people like the Switch 2 versions of a couple of like games that released alongside the console, like the Switch 2 version of Yakuza 0 and Street Fighter 6. From what I've heard, they haven't sold as well as their publishers were expecting because those versions were like game card only. They weren't physical. They didn't have a physical cartridge. Not there. Slip says, I should argue that the internet has a lot of bad faith actors who are more than happy to sensationalize headlines. I mean, yeah. I think I can't. Oh, okay, it's a smoke bomb. All right. I was about to say, does this game give me a bomb? I'm getting very worried about that thing. Oh, another thing. Okay, sorry to change the topic, but just another thing in relation to like Western RPGs versus Japanese Eastern RPGs. Balance says, "Who Tangrowth? He's a good boy. I'm sure he is, but he also has the red eyes of no mercy." I've seen eyes like that peering at me in a dark night, and it was never a pleasant experience. We're just gonna catch some stuff around them, and we're gonna sneak by them. Ah, Wisp. Battlein says Snorlax, on the other hand, is asshole. It's an asshole. Yeah, I was about to say is that it is interesting. Part of the reason I think why turn-based RPGs have like seen such a huge surge in popularity in recent years. Oh, heck was. I mean, it's partially because we've gotten such a. It's from the water. Who is that? Is that a Remoraid? Even the fish are out to get me. Okay, we're getting out of here. Even the fish want me dead. Sling says, I think it's a Barbaroach. Oh yeah, you're right, it is a Barbaroach. Well, it's definitely not gonna like me now after I misnamed it. Okay, let me get this Wisp. Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why turn-based RPGs are doing so well right now is because we've had a lot. I mean, I mentioned this during the stream on Tuesday. We've seen a ton of really good Japanese RPGs released in previous years, or in recent years. Well, not just Japanese RPGs, but RPGs in general. Western and Japanese RPG, Japanese developed and Western studio developed RPGs have been doing really good with recent releases. But also another reason why another thing that Japanese developed turn-based RPGs. Well, this is another thing I've noticed while trying to search for games for D&D Delights is that Japanese developed RPGs are doing a lot better as far as like releasing older games compared to like Western RPGs. There are a lot of games for D&D Delights there are a lot of games I tried out for D&D Delights. Ow. There are a lot of games that I tried out for D&D Delights that the only like legally available version of them was on a PC through like Steam or GOG, and I bought it only to find out that it wouldn't work on that it wouldn't work. Like wouldn't even start unless I had like some sort of like fan patch. Thankfully, GOG actually is taking some steps to like work on that with their current Good Old Games program. Sleeper says, actually, wait, did I make it to Region 4 this game? Okay, I'm going to continue my excursion. I need to, like... Use this field to muffles your footstep, makes wild Pokemon less likely to notice you. Well, okay, I'll craft some of these. Gosh, we need like some more Pokeballs. Oh, and then just to let y'all know, I'm kind of trying to figure out like what schedule I want to have in July. But it's still gonna be Oops All RPGs after this Saturday because I mean I still got Final Fantasy Tactics Advance to continue, still got Legend of Heroes Trails to Azure, still got this to continue. I'll be continuing the Deltarune chapters I haven't beaten after Saturday. And at some point, since I missed yesterday's Super Mario Mon stream, I'm probably gonna wait to continue Super Mario Mon until after I've beaten one of these other games I've gotten. Because trying to fit like 5 games into like 3 to 4 streams a week is not a good idea. Okay, we'll do item storage. Yeah, give all that to item storage. Let's see. I would like to do some shopping. Okay, I've got enough to get Pokeballs, and we're gonna spend all our money on Pokeballs. I really need them right now. Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, and Tristegorex still has two. Because they subbed earlier this stream, they actually have 2 Pokemon they can make me get. I haven't found any of the Pokemon from the list of ones y'all want me to catch yet. Still looking for a Gligar, a Riolu, Magnetite, Bronzor, a Glaceon, and a Giratina. Which Giratina is gonna have to wait until like near the end of this game. So I'm not even gonna try to catch it right. I'm not even gonna try looking for it right now. I know Giratina isn't until like really late in this game. Oh wait, okay, space-time distortion. Where is it at? We might be able to reach it. It looks to be like it's over there. Yeah, it looks all the way over there. Let me see if I can actually reach this one. Gonna avoid that Parasect. Oh gosh, don't. Okay, don't go there. No, okay. Don't go there either. I mentioned this before, like talking about these different Pokemon games. I kind of would like to do something where I play through every generation of Pokemon games like sequentially. And maybe even possibly that's what I might do for a Nuzlocke. Like try to do a Nuzlocke with like not just do a Nuzlocke of one Pokemon game, but play through like a Nuzlocke of at least like one Pokemon game from each generation in order. And see which Pokemon can make it to the end. Dang, okay. I'm not... Okay, we'll cross over here. Yeah, that looks like the space-time distortion is happening over there, because I'm kind of seeing some weird-looking lightning. Let me try to see if I can reach the space-time distortion. Which means we're going to have to pass by this guy. We're just going to run past this thing. I'm not even going to bother challenging it. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to challenge that thing. Dang, no. Come on, climb. Like, no, we're not getting there. Nope, dang it. What the heck? Well, that poison attack didn't come from that Geodude. That might just be actually... Okay, come on. Darn, if only I had something that'll help me climb a little bit better. Yeah, it's not working. Okay. Oh, Water Stone! I could actually evolve a Pokemon into a... I could actually evolve one of my Eevees into a Vaporeon. Okay, we're still gonna rush over here to see if I can get that. Oh, yep, that's where the space-time distortion is, so I'm gonna see if I can actually get there. Okay, we might actually be able to reach that. Okay, yep. You don't have space in your statue for that. Gosh, dang it. Alright, well... This is a bit hazardous, because I'm basically rushing through an area with a bunch of Pokemon. But... I want to see what this... I want to see what happens when the space-time continuum gets ruptured. So let's go see. Gosh dang it, there's the water. Okay, well, we're not... We're gonna have to find a way to cross over that water, quickly. Can I cross over there? Is there a way to cross over there? Hello, Whiskash. Alright, hold on. Swim! Swim, you fool! Swim! Did not work. And we've angered the Whisk, and I've angered the Wishcash. There's actually something I saw on a site that was like, it was like name all over 1,000 Pokemon, and I thought of trying it, but I feel, but like then I realized I thought of trying it because I thought, oh, I might be able to name all over 1,000 Pokemon, but then I thought to myself, it's over 1,000 Pokemon, bro. If I were able to name over 1,000, like every single Pokemon, which is unlikely because again, it's over 1,000. But even if I was, that would take like an entire stream's worth of time. Dang it. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, Wait, we restored our Pokemon. Yeah, our Pokemon rested. Why isn't it Vulpix back? And we won't... Okay, I won't use this on Trainwreck just yet. Let me see. Maybe I can craft something? No. Gosh, I'm gonna need to, like, go... I'm gonna need to get, like, 1,000 acorns or something. Yeah, just rush off and get, like, thousands of acorns. Or two. Oh, hey, Teddy Ursa. Oh, no, you don't. Get back here. Balance says absolutely not. I'm happy enough being able to recognize most of them on site, and at least 500 or so by osmosis of playing the games for years. Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, did it go away? Okay, it's still there. Gosh, how do I get over there? That is some very jaunty music, but how do I get over there? Okay, if I circle around Lake Valor, then I actually should be able to reach that place. But gosh dang it, it's really annoying that the dang it. Balance to check the riverbank. Sometimes you can find high or thin enough spot to make the jump. You gotta be kidding me. Gosh dang it, man. Just swim a little. Okay. Maybe if I rush over here. No. Okay, they do have a jump. So, if I can maybe get a running jump. Okay. I did not do the jump properly. Alright. Ah, come on, man. It's just water. Okay, so... Balance says, considering the cliff on the other side, you might want to look elsewhere. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay. Where else to go? Let's keep checking. Not here. It'd be nice if I could find a place that's, like, close enough to the shoreline. Or that's close enough to... Nope, okay, I didn't even mean to jump there. Oh, he can't even just, like, climb onto land. Dang it. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, he can't even, like, climb onto land. He's just gonna hang out in the water until he drowns. Oh, shit. An angry Ursaring is not what I need right now. I hope that is not headed towards me. Okay, no. Jeez, alright. Here, let's... I guess I'm just not going to be able to reach that space-time distortion. Uh-oh. You know what? Let's just get out of here. Wait, hold on. I think I can make something with these. Gosh dang it. Is there anything I can craft? It's always really annoying when a game tells me. It's always really annoying when a game gives me like. It tells me I have to craft a bunch of stuff, but it gives me a very limited item space, a very limited space to actually make those things, or to actually collect the stuff I need to make stuff. All right, we're gonna. I guess we'll head back to. Yeah, we'll head back here. That space-time distortion still happening? Yeah, okay. The space-time distortion's already gone. So, yeah. Let's continue here, and then I'll try resting again. Just a little while. Okay. I'll just have to hope a space-time distortion happens somewhere else that isn't all the way on the other side of the area. Move that to item storage for now. By monstrous Pokemon, the dragon Pokemon, so you'll gather wherever one is. Okay. All at once. All at once. Anything I can actually craft here? No. Okay, I need to, like, go somewhere and get a bunch of... Okay, I'm gonna take a detour and see where I can get a bunch of acorns at. And I'm just gonna, like, farm for acorns. Because, like, you need... It looks like I need acorns to make any of the different Pokeballs. And I need a bunch of them. Because I'll need a bunch of Pokeballs if I'm gonna catch anything in this game. So if fire is in the 3rd region, then I know for sure I finished that one. So I was in region 4 then. Oh, okay. That is the wrong thing to throw it. I was about to throw a banana at that rock. That wouldn't have worked. That would not have worked at all. Okay, so acorns fall from tree. Well, I think acorns fall from trees, but this is Pokemon World, so acorns could come from anywhere, really. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Run, dude! Run! Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually head back to the first area I could catch Pokemon in and get a bunch of acorns, because I'm getting a bunch of all the other materials needed to make Pokeballs. I just need acorns. So, we're gonna return to the village. Which means I will have to randomize my Pokemon team. Yeah, it means I'll have to randomize my Pokemon team, and then I'll... Purchase materials and recipe... Wait, can I purchase... Okay, well, can I purchase acorns at the... Can I buy acorns? I'd like your entire stock of acorns. There also is, like, rocks I could buy. Well, okay, those were rocks were, like, I needed, like, points to buy those. I can buy acorns. I can buy 1 acorn. Gosh dang it. Well, then. I ain't selling my water rock either. Gonna need that. Yeah, I think I could get, like... Yeah, I can get items here, but I need, like, the specific points, so... That is literally like a GBA link cable. Wait, no, that's not... Okay, that's like an HDMI cord. There definitely are some electric Pokemon that just like chewing on cables. Like that's their sustenance. Okay, oh yeah, then I mean I'm slowly playing through Super Mario Mom right now, but at some point there are a couple of other Pokemon ROM hacks I would like to play. Because I mean, clearly I've mentioned that I do like the mainline Pokemon games, even the modern ones, but as far as like the most interesting and unique game choices being made with Pokemon, that's really in the hands of the ROM hacks. Some of those Pokemon ROM hacks have some really interesting and unique ideas about what to do with a Pokemon game. Okay, so I think we caught another Badoo and a Carnivine. So let me nickname these guys. Okay, I will name this other Badoo. I will nickname this other Badoo. Kuroko. That is another character from Samurai Showdown. It's like the judge guy that kind of just like judges the matches and decides who wins. He was allowed to be a hidden playable character in some of the Samurai Showdown games. And also, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and use this name here. To show y'all this name, to show y'all why this name is odd. I'm gonna show you this character. So I'm gonna name this Carnivine Genin because it's green. And there is a character from Samurai Showdown called Genin Shiranui. This guy here. This guy here. And he is green. And now, if you remember that Samurai Showdown was made by SNK, then you might remember another famous ninja with the last name Shiranui from an SNK developed game, and you might think, wait, are those two related? And the answer is no, or at least no. This goblin man with a Freddy Krueger claw hand is just also part of the. He's just also given the name Shiranui. Right. Okay, I'm not gonna reach that full name, so I'll just say Genin. Alright, now then, it's time for the shuffling. So, how this works is, I have like a chat bot. I have a chat bot thing that actually says that rolls a number between. It should be 1 and 60. Yeah, it should be 1 and 60. So let me roll that. Yeah, and I'm gonna roll that 6 times for each of these spots. If it lands at 0, then the Pokemon keeps. If it lands at 0, then the Pokemon keeps its spot. But if it lands at any number between like 1 and 60, then that Pokemon will be switched out for this Pokemon will be switched out for the Pokemon on that spot. So this is 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53. So we'll switch out Lavender for Bowie. Then I'm going to roll this again. So yeah, I'm going to do this 5 more times. 36, so... Gonna switch out Sindaisuke for Beautyfly. Shiki. I didn't get to use Shiki in battle at all. Darn it. Well, hopefully this number will land on them so I can use them more. Nope, it will not. Okay. So 54. That is this Starly, Shizumaru. Then Shevuli. Let me see now. $56. That's 54, 55, 56. That's this shiny Psyduck. Okay, roll it again. That's 22. So 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. That's this Driftbloom. And then for Trainwreck, 60. So that is actually Genin. And remember, if you want to switch any if you are unsatisfied with this team and want to switch any Pokemon onto my team so that they can be kept safe, or so that so they can be kept safe in case I lose a battle. Hey Arceus. Or if you want, or because you just want them to be on the team, all you have to do is donate $5 or use 5,000 channel points, which you've been gaining by watching this stream. Because I'm currently searching for a job, any donations are really appreciated. But if you don't have the money or just don't want to donate, that's fine too. That's why the channel point. That's why all the different challenges have have a monetary amount and a channel point amount, so that you can donate if you donate if you want to help support the channel, or you can just use channel points if you want to. Yeah, Yeah, I'll go ahead and save here. I cannot save here. Now I can save here. I'm going to go ahead and save here, and then I'm going to go off acorn hunting. And you can make me change. It's not just like before I set off on this village. You can make me change my Pokemon anytime, and I'll just head back to a camp. And, like, add that Pokemon to my team. So, Obsidian... Yeah, we're going to go back to the Obsidian Fieldlands. I'm just going to start right back off here and just farm for acorns. Just try to get as many acorns as I can. Okay, what's your deal? Ah, you're that boy from the Survey Corps who got isekai'd, aren't you? Listen here a moment. I need to tell you about this great cake lure recipe I invented. I call it the mushroom cake. I've worked 20 years of mushroom foraging know-how and coming up with this recipe, and I just know it's a winner. Problem is, the folks around here just aren't catching on to my recipe's amazing potential. But you're the talk of the village. If people see you making my mushroom cakes famous as you are, I'm sure they'll want to give it a go too. Let's teach you the recipe. All you have to do is return it, spread the good word by using it. Now you need to get the key, go get the key ingredient for it yourself. Scrounge not from the forge of thy fellows, as the old saying goes. One springy mushroom's all you need. Cool. Anyway. Gonna go searching for acorns. Again, I think acorns are on trees, so... That looks like an acorn tree. Ow! Okay, well we just smacked... I just smacked the weird deer's face right into that into the side of that hill, so... They probably aren't happy with me right now. Well, the Shakes is definitely not happy with me right now, so... That doesn't look like an acorn tree. We'll try it out. Or, excuse me, not acorn, apricorn. I don't know why I was calling that acorn. My bad. Apricorn. So that is what the apricorn... Okay, so they are on trees in this game. Oh, this is a rather unique looking place. Oh, the beauty flies hate me as well? Okay, then fine then. A beauty fly for a beauty fly. Okay, well then. Well, what about this? Just use the Pokeball. That didn't work. Oh, it really didn't like that. Oh no. Tackle? Oh dear. Okay, try this again. Try it again. Come on, work, 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 work. Gosh, dang it. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Okay, got it that time. Got some more apricorns. Yeah, I'm just gonna get as many apricorns as I can. And we're already less than an hour left in the stream, so this will really just be, I think the remainder of the time will just be like catching stuff, like catching Pokemon and looking for stuff. Hmm. I hope the drift plumes don't get angry at me. Yeah, I really should have done this like many hours ago. Just scoured around here and just got as many apricorns as possible. Oh, jeez. Yeah, we are not going to. I'm not going to engage with that thing. I might not have a choice, though. Ah, dang it, that's the wrong button. Hmm. What was that? The heck? Okay, that might have been a Drifloon trying to use an attack against me. Get some more apricorns. Yeah, I really should have visited this area like a long time ago. This was a big mistake on my part. Oh, jeez! Where am I at? Oh my gosh, an enraged Snorlax. I don't think I should be... I'm not even gonna try to fight that thing. Oh. Well, in that case, a robot says that Snorlax has aura. It is really interesting how just like a small change of just giving something bright red shining. How giving something a bright shining red eyes makes it terrifying. It's not even like the bright, well, it's not even the bright shining red eyes themselves. It's the fact that we've already seen normal Pokemon go mad with rage whenever they see me and just try to attack me. And now we've seen these Pokemon here. So it could go maybe okay, almost certainly poorly. I kind of want to go over there just to see what else is here. But I do not want to and risk the wrath of this Snorlax. Balance, it's supposed to be bigger than normal, but this Snorlax is positively diminutive. Okay, we're gonna try. I'm half expecting that I'm half expecting why I'm fighting this Wormadam to be like for that Snorlax to poke its head over around the side of this hill like 1954 Godzilla and just start roaring at me. Here, we'll use the last of these. But hey, robot, welcome in. Now, against my better judgment, I will say, if any of y'all want me to try and capture that Snorlax, you could always donate or use channel points to add a challenge. That would make me have to catch a Snorlax. Don't. Please don't. Good boy. Or girl. Don't want to misgender you. That is actually creepy. Maybe they won't notice me if I just sneak around through here. Okay. Oh, dang it. That was a bad mistake. Bad mistake. Bad mistake. Balance is now the likelihood you wipe trying to catch it is quite high. Check its level. Wait, why am I using Tackle? That's a ghost type. Wait, the Drifblim has a mouth? That makes it even weirder. Slim says, yeah, that's the X bandages. Sleep says, where else would it suck souls of children from? I don't know, Sleepless. That's not really a question I've thought to ask myself at any point. But hey, we got the Drifblim. And I got some more apricorns. Battle says, ask a Kappa. I'm good. Maybe they won't notice me. Okay, we're safe. For now. Okay, I just now noticed... I know I've been exploring this area all for like multiple streams, but I just now noticed this giant lake, and well, I gotta go at least take a look at the giant lake. I at least want to see what's there. Please don't take damage. Okay. Okay, I'm good. Oh, no. Stun Sport? Okay, let's try this. Ah, dang it. Okay, let's try to do a little bit of damage against it. Yeah. Sorry, Beautyfly. That's on me. Oh, none of my Pokemon are really strong enough to fight this thing, but okay. Well, Genen's doing alright. Never mind. That Graveler's turning around like it knows about to throw a Pokeball and it wants to rush after me to stop me. Or to get me. Yeah, Genen's not surviving that. Oh, dang. Oh, gosh. Okay, Oichi? You're flying type, so you're immune to ground? It's marching up here to get closer to me, I know it is. Dang, like, the Pokemon that... I think I said this in a previous stream, but the Pokemon that are actually, like, scary in the normal games are gonna be absolutely terrifying in this game. Like... Okay, well, this is one just off the top of my head, but Annihilate isn't in this game because that released with Scarlet, that Pokemon debuted with Scarlet and Violet. But if Annihilate was in this game, the freaking Akuma monkey, that would be terrifying. Okay, where is this? Okay, it's right around there. Oh, there's Luxrays too, and an Alpha Luxio. Well, that's an Alpha Luxio. Okay, we gotta run. Oh, okay, and another Luxray. I want to try catching a Luxray, but I shouldn't. We'll try on our return trip. Gosh, there's even more of them here. I'll definitely have to come back here when I get a Pokemon that'll let me swim. Okay, I'll try it at least once. Oh gosh, dang it. Oh no. They're teaming up against me. Okay, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad. We're gonna run away. Yeah, two of them... Two Luxrays using, two Luxrays, level 30 Luxrays attacking me. Attacking my team of Pokemon at once would doom me. I've got nothing strong enough to survive that. Okay, where do we go from here? I guess we can head around a little bit here, explore around a little bit more. Holy shit! Okay, no. No, back. I ain't even gonna try. No, 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 no. I saw that Alakazam floating in the air with the red eyes and was like, no thank you. Remember what I just said about the Pokemon that would be scary in real life? Or the Pokemon that would actually be scary in the normal games being terrifying? That was definitely one of them. Oh my gosh, okay. I'm just gonna run and get out of here. Yeah, but I'm close to having to, like, release a Pokemon because My team is not in the best shape. Like, half of them have fainted. Oh. Well, one of them's fainted, but they can evolve. So yeah, just okay, we've got 30 minutes left on the stream, so just a little reminder, next stream is Saturday, and I'll actually Saturday stream will actually be starting at 2 p.m. This Saturday, because instead of a normal stream, on June 29th I celebrate 6 years of streaming. June 29th marks the anniversary date of when I started streaming. So, and this year's June 29th marks 6 years. So, to celebrate, I'm gonna do a 12-hour Brawl night long stream. Excuse me. I'm gonna do a 12-hour Brawl night long stream where I play through a game for 12 hours straight, and it's gonna start at 2 p.m. on. It's gonna start at 2 p.m. on Saturday, and it's gonna go till 2 a.m. on Sunday. Gosh dang it. Okay. I'll try one more. Maybe I could just go ahead and catch it. Okay, well in that case, hypnosis. Oh jeez. Oh no. This might knock it out though. Yeah, it does. Dang it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Gosh dang it. Okay, here. I'll craft like a bunch of those. And now let me try. Try boosting up your hit. Oh jeez, I forgot about you. I almost ran right into that thing. So how many I got like 30 apricorns, so let me explore around a little bit more. So I could potentially get even more apricorns. Here, we'll just run around. Pardon me, Shinx. Oh gosh dang it. Look, we really need the apricorns. Oh gosh, what the hell? Why there's so many alpha Pokemon around? Did I anger the forest? Okay. I think we're safe for right now. Okay, there's a bunch more trees around there, so let me keep looking around there. Yeah, we just keep getting more apricorns. I guess also let me talk to this person. Hello there. If you're feeling worn out, have a rest in a tent at one of our base camps. You can also rest there to pass some time. If it's nighttime and you're scared to be out surveying, the tent is a fine option. Well, I'm actually always scared to be out surveying in this game. Any more? Okay, I've got like almost 50 apricorns. So, oh wait, that's a ponyta. Well, I've already got a ponyta, but another one can't hurt. It can't hurt to have a second ponyta. Or a third ponyta. Or a fourth ponyta. Or a fifth ponyta. Or a sixth ponyta. Or a seventh ponyta. Right, I'm just gonna catch the ponyta. Oh, gosh dang it. No. Ah, dang it. Okay, there's more apricorns over there. Let me go grab some more. Alright, and there's some more over here. I think that's another apricorn tree over there. That looks... Okay, where is that? Okay, that gets over here. I don't think I've ever been in this part, so... Let me go get these apricorns, and I kind of want to go across that land bridge over there. Yeah, this has really just been a stream where I've just, like, explored around and caught some Pokemon and got a bunch of apricorns, but... But I mean, that's just something that's fun to do in this game. Yeah, this is definitely out of all the... Okay, besides, like, I'd say... Besides Scarlet and Violet, this is the Pokemon game I've had the most fun time. I've had the most fun just exploring around in this game. Again, besides, like, Scarlet and Violet. Oh, dang it. Dude, we gotta get you, like, some swimming lessons. I swear. It's just, like... It's really not that deep of water. You should not be floundering in there. Okay, so how do we get over here? Actually, I might have to cross that land bridge in order to get over there. Well, okay, no, there's another land bridge over here, so... Gosh dang it. Okay, so I can't cross over there. Can you check my map? Okay, that's... I guess it's like a small island around here. Or no, okay, that's... Robot says, but Brawl, we all know swimming isn't allowed unless you're a designated swimmer type trainer, in which case you can never be dressed in anything that isn't a swimsuit. Also, yes, and as we, you do make a good point there, Robot. Also, you do make a good point there, El Robot. Also, as we all know, as these games have shown us, if you are a designated swimmer type trainer, you're going to be spending most of your day out in the middle of the ocean, surrounded only by rocks, your fellow trainers who want to fight you, and like, and the natural sea life in a world which has potentially the most dangerous natural sea life you could imagine. Pardon me, Bidoof. You know what? We'll cross over here. And then I'll go around across there. Yeah, now let me go around here. I think that's a Buizel. Yeah, oh. Oh, okay, no, that's not an angry Buizel, that's just a normal Buizel. Oh, okay, good. Dang it. Foiled by inventory space once again. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're just gonna sneak through here. Yeah, I'm just gonna sneak through here. I do want to see what's on the other side of that land bridge, though. Ah, weasels. I've never before have I been actually scared to see a weasel. That worked? Okay, it worked. Okay, and now we will just run away. Oh. The land bridge isn't across here. Oh, jeez! Okay, hold on, just a second. I have to get rid of a bot. Yeah, we gotta run. Wait, hold on. If that's not... Okay. Do I maybe need to get up here to go to that land bridge? That was a mistake. I just I just wasted one of my Pokeballs. Yeah, I just wasted one of my Pokeballs on that tree. This is very dangerous, I know, but look, I need these apricorns. Oh, jeez. Oh, is that a Stantler? I think it is. Dang it. Okay, so that leads across that land bridge there. Let's go see what's on the other side. Dang it, I just wasted another one of these. Gosh dang it. Okay. This will be... Oh, wait, if I lose all my... Yeah, if I lose all my Pokemon, I'm going to lose some of these items, so I need to quickly get some of these and then return to camp. Okay. There's another apricorn tree over there. Can we get some more of these? Oh, gosh, that's an Alpha Graveler. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, we're not going to be able to get past that big rock, so let me... What? Oh, that's not an apricorn. Okay. Okay. We're going to rush on back to camp. Oh, no! Okay. We're going to get away from these things, and then we're going to rush back to camp. Oh, hello, Golbat. Yeah, the Golbat definitely would be happy to see me. It's a good thing I have this very helpful and very very hairy deer with me. Okay, so we go back now. Dang, that was close. So it says, I think you got some more inventory space either by doing story missions or by filling in more of the Pokédex. Makes sense. But jeez, oh gosh, okay, that was close. If like one or two of my Pokemon got knocked out, we would have been. If one or two of my like two more of my Pokemon got knocked out, I would have had to release someone. Okay, let's. Okay, move all these. Move all these. Move all these. 99 acorns. Okay, that's a good haul. I'd say that's, yeah, that was worth, definitely worth sticking around to get all those. Pure paralysis. Okay, move all at once. All these, all these. Okay. So yeah, get myself 11 of these. Like 31 of these. There, got a good amount of Pokeballs now. So let me check my inventory, and I've got, yeah, like 52 Pokeballs, 11 Feather Balls, and 31 Heavy Balls. Okay, what's it say here? Lost a shot. Check in items your other people have lost. Okay. If you black out in the field, you may lose some of your items. However, players from all over the world can find your lost items and send them to you via the internet. This system is called Lost and Found. If you find a satchel that someone else has lost, be sure to pick it up. The satchel you retrieve will return to its owner. Okay. Oh, this is how I do. Okay, this is how I do this. So, you see, experience Candy L. Wait, okay. Actually, hold on. Let me check mystery gifts. Do I get any mystery gifts? You receive Pokemon item or other special gifts through the internet by using codes or passwords. Here, hold on. We're gonna check to see if I can get any mystery gifts. But just to make sure that it doesn't show my to make sure it doesn't show my Wi-Fi, my internet. I'm gonna cover this up for a brief second. No gifts were found. Okay. Yeah, don't worry, Sleepless. I am definitely saving. So yeah, I definitely need to find more of those things because, okay, that's how I get all like those different stones. So in that case, this is risky, but I'm gonna go ahead and try. I'm gonna try finding, getting this. Oh wait. Okay. So we're gonna start with here. All my Pokemon are up at full health. And we're gonna rush all the way back over here to the area guarded by the angry Snorlax. And I'm gonna try to get that satchel. Not even gonna bother with stealth. Yeah, not even gonna bother with stealth. If I just keep running away from them, they can't hurt me. Okay, it's right over there. Okay, grab it, grab it, grab it. Where is it? Where's it at? What the hell was that? Okay, no, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it. Okay, run! Yeah, they're all gonna be searching for me now. Oh, I also need to name some of the Pokemon I catch before the stream ended, so... Okay. Now, there's another one over... There's another one of these over here, but we're just gonna save that until next stream, because I don't have enough time. Okay, let me head back here. Hmm. Okay, and let me... Yeah, let me see my Pokemon and see who I can... Yeah, I've caught quite a few on this excursion. So, let me name you... Hold on, gotta look up some good names. I gotta figure out what names will work. Okay, I'll name you... Let me name you Rinka, off of another... after another lesser-known character from Sam Show. Then Wormadon, let me change your name to... Wormadon, I'll name you after... Okay. So, character from Kyogoku Maria, who is like... She's the sister of... She's the sister of a famous Japanese warrior named Azai Nagamasa. However, in the reason why I'm naming the Wormadam after her is because in like the Sengoku Basara series, she also has like the power to manipulate like plant life for some reason. Because it's Sengoku Basara. That's why. Dang, I feel like with me taking this much effort to name characters after characters from these different game series, I'm gonna have to, or Japanese history. I feel like I will have to after I beat this game. I'm gonna have to either play through a bunch of Sam Show games or play through the Sengoku Basara games, or both. Okay, that's that. Hmm. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna mark. Okay, yeah. Then the Drift Bloom. Let me name you after. Okay, let me name you after. Okay, so this is a minor character from the Samurai Warrior games, Cha-Cha. Then the Graveler. Let me change your name to Or maybe I should finally get to playing Neo on this channel. Like I've said, I should. I mean, well, actually, I'm saving Neo for a Dying for Life Dying for Life stream, just because there's I'd like to play Neo on the channel. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to hold interest in Neo enough to completely beat the game on stream. Similar to a lot of the other FromSoft and Soulsborne and Souls-like games. Okay, Weasel, let me name you after. Okay, I'll name you Seishiro. Seishiro. Okay, there's not enough Seishiro. And then this other Weasel, let me name you. Hmm. You know, I'll go ahead and use this name. Now let me name you after Hibiki. Because I'll name you after Hibiki Takane. Because like Hibiki Takane, you don't look that threatening, but but just like in the Sam Show games, I'll just go Hibiki. But well, not Sam Show, she's from The Last Blade. But like in The Last Blade, where depending on how you play that through her story, she becomes like a serial killer. Um, these weasels do not look threatening at all, but in this game, they are very aggressive. Hmm. I'm pretty safe on here as far as Pokemon go. But yeah, I think that's good. And here, because I've done that, I'm going to head back to town, reshuffle my Pokemon again. Yeah, I'm going to head back to town, reshuffle my Pokemon again, and then then I'll set myself back up at the camp in the Crimson Lands. I'm going to set myself back up in the Crimson Lands, and that's where we'll end. Okay. Sleepless wants me to add a Pokemon of their choice. Goomy in the party. All right, Goomy is back on the party. Lavender the Goomy will be back in the party. Okay, we're going to return to the village. So, let me see who I should switch out with Lavender. I will... You know what? Since Lavender's level 22, I will actually switch them out with Beautyfly, the highest level Pokemon that's currently on my team. So let me actually get around. Lavender might end up being like one of the mainstays of this playthrough, just because of how much they're on the team, how often they're on the team. Unless of course they get removed, or unless they get sacrificed. Okay, well, I'm up to like 66 Pokemon, but I don't have enough time to change the chat bot, so we'll just stick with 30 for right now. So 33, that means Earthquake is added to the team. Okay. $17, so 12. Okay. So Monferno is actually on the team now. All right. So 37. That is 36, 37. Okay, Cool J is on the team now. Okay. Lee Rekka, they're on the team now. And oh, I did it twice. Dang it. $52. Okay, so that's 60. 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52. Okay, Walter. So this is my team going into the Crimson Fieldlands. All right. Let's head out to the Crimson Fieldlands, and that's probably where I'll be. Well, actually, okay, I've got enough points to get. I've got enough points to get something. Let me get something from here. Might go ahead and get an Ice Stone so I can actually get... Yeah, let me get an Ice Stone so I can evolve one of my EVs into a Glaceon. Oh, I need 1,000 for that. Never mind. Okay, yeah, I need like 1,000 for that. No, I thought it would be 100. Our quest to get... So, my quest to catch any of the Pokemon that y'all have asked me to catch continues. I haven't been able to find any of them yet, but when I do, I'll make sure to go out looking. Make sure to try and catch them. Okay, so we came close to, I came close to, like, having to losing and having to release a Pokemon tonight, but we're safe for now. We are safe for now. And that'll have to be it. That'll have to be where I end for tonight. And that'll have to be where I end for tonight, just because it is getting pretty late. But when I continue this game next Thursday, I'll have Lavender, Earthquake, Monferno, Cool J, Lyrica, and Walter on my team. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how far I can get, and if some Pokemon has to get sacrificed. So, let's go raid someone. Oh, Detective Hardick is still okay. Detective Hardick is still live. So yeah, we're definitely gonna go raid Detective Hardick. We rarely ever get to raid Detective. So again, I'll be back on Saturday for the stream celebrating 6 years of this channel. By starting Deltarune Chapter 1, and then I'll be continuing through Deltarune. For 12 hours straight. So, hope y'all can tune in, and hope you have a good rest of the night.